Better. Okay. Now, when you guys show up, yeah, visitor with us today. Oh, visitor. Alexa, announce. What's the announcement? Chicken, please.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Thank you for following all day. Get set up here. We had a little doggo thing today. Alexa, it works.
Oh, why it crashed?
Down or maybe actually I will scrounge.
Where's the caboose? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering caboose.
End up getting too thirsty. Hello, Dave. How are you doing? Hemi challenges again. Seems like I think what's happening here is that we are getting on in years, and there's just going to be a lot of this. Pretty good. Little, she's doing okay. I caught it really early this time, so that's the good news. I am learning the signs of when she's kind of in duress. So I did. Hello, Gore. How you doing? Hi, Robosh. How you doing? I did see a new follower. Oh, Alarodi. All Odie? All Odie. Oh, thank you very much for that follow. Is Raven out there? No. Oh, you guys can't see me. Sorry. Yeah. So has allergies, got some my eyes all running and everything. working on, oh, there we go. Let's see how that works. Is it good? Let us see. I think, oh, am I clear? I am clear. Okay. Oh, yeah. And you know what? It does. It does seem actually dialed in a little bit better this time than last time. One of the things that I would really like is to get control in the background. Fortunately, I'm actually going to put, okay, it's a little bit better. How are you doing, Dave? What's going on over there? That's good. I think we got that about right. My legs. My legs. My legs are good, but ugh, my eyes are on my legs. How are my legs? Now, what would be going on with my legs? I seem to have forgotten something important. You know, it's just the way, oh my God. Okay, guys, hang on. It's just, the allergies are super sensitive to everything. My skin is like really sensitive today. My legs are good. What really has been hurting is my freaking hips are killing me. Did you think it was my legs? It's my hips that are oh my. Let's clean those. So I'm not blind. We need to clean the glasses. Yeah, it was last week was just okay, hold on. It's getting me and I can't. So weird. It's like it could be invisible, really. It could be. It could be an allergy thing. I've noticed that. Sometimes so yeah, last week was a little bit wonky. Hello, trader. Probably a little bit. Probably a little bit. But it's really because I'm kind of used to life being one way, and now what's happened is we're sort of just having a little bit of a moment here with the insurance company and getting back on the program I was on because Doc slightly changed it, and they're just being really fussy. So there's that. But you know, you can only do what you only okay, what? I don't want to know that these are scratched. I really don't. My good reading glasses, my really good ones that I wear all the time at the computer when I'm upstairs and everything, these do actually have a hairline. They do. Damn. My really good ones are yeah, it feels like I might be able to take these back to the glasses doctor and they might be able to buff them. They're pretty advanced, the place we go. I'm actually going to take them, the ones with the really, they fell. I have a tendency of pushing them up on my head. Yeah, that's what, this one is very fine. Now, I'm not going to try it because they have a warranty on them and these are, I don't, I'm not even going to tell you. These googly eyes were made for the desk here and they were, the price of admission was not fun. So I'm not going to do it. I'm going to take it to that clinic and ask them to do it. Now, my other readers, it's like a gouge in them. They fell off my head in the laundry room, I think. No, on the asphalt driveway, off my head or off the front. I hook them right here. I don't know. And those glasses things, they're down to here. So everywhere I lean, the lenses will touch everything and they'll bang into everything. So that's not a good idea either. I honestly, unless I just wear them, like the ones that I wear when I go out during the day that are all day wear, no problem. Yeah, I know. Well, let me just put it to you this way. When I went looking for the shape of the lens, the size of the lens, and then you have to have a pair of glasses big enough to accommodate what we're trying to do at the desk. The ones in the studio that were perfect are Jimmy Choo's. So if I bring it all the way up here, what I was thinking was, you know, those you seen those things that you put keys on? It's got like a bungee. It's squirrel like that. I was thinking about putting one of those so that I could pull it and then, but then I wonder if my hair will get caught in it, but we'll see. I was going to get one and clip it on each side of the glass so I can pull it and then put them on so that it'll ride up here and the boobies will protect them from everything. I mean, unless I'm eating, but I would never do that. You're getting with the program? Let me help you. Do you need a hand? Need a hand? You gonna take a little snuggle there? Okay. You got your little blanket and everything? Yeah, you're good. You're a good girl. You had chicken. Yeah. Can everybody see you? You see her new rolly cart, Dave? It's your new rolly cart. There you go. Geek got her this for traveling. So she's up off the ground. She had a really good time at ReaperCon in it. It's got a basket underneath that carries everything. And if you don't want anybody asking you 24/7 to pet her, you can just cover it like this, you know, or when you're out and it's sunny out, right? This right here, the way that it folds up like this, held all the business cards and the drinks perfectly. When you fold it back like that, you can put your drinks and your business cards in there. You just kind of tuck it in like that. It's got a pouch on the back for all of her spare supplies, and I'm going to make it saddlebags that hook on the side so we can put the stuff in the saddlebags because there's enough room for her and then like two, you know, a giant, my travel bag and even boxes of games because she only needs like this much space. Yeah. Good girl. Yeah. But I thought it would be nice. Okay, I'm going to pull you a little forward there. See? That way they can keep an eye on you because you're not trustworthy. Wait. She's not trustworthy. So she's actually, and it actually has dog clips in there. Hello, Angela. How are you? Coming in from Facebook today, are you? It's nice to see our Facebook is up and running. Well, maybe except for the really big dogs, right? But for the little dogs, yeah, it would, you know, it's going to be really nice. She actually has a trolley. I don't know if you've seen her trolley, but she has a trolley and you pull, it's on wheels. It is an airline carrier that has turnable wheels on the bottom. And then I hooked up a dog leash to it and I pull her everywhere I go. Then I take that carrier and I put it in the baby basket portion. If I'm in a grocery store, you know, where they put the baby butt, the baby. And so she's always contained. I don't, very rarely do I do, I mean, sometimes like if we go to Lowe's, she'll be on a leash. Like she's allowed to go everywhere I go, into bars, restaurants, everything. But I've trained her really well, and also I kind of like having I like her to be contained. She feels safe in her own space. Yes, I'm live on Twitch. Yes, I am. Hello, Panache. Hello, Scale Model. How you doing? This is true. And you know what? I will tell you something, to be perfectly honest with you, Scale Model. Let me tell you, you know what? It would make my life so much better if people didn't do the lying thing about the animals. It really would. And then if they have a service animal, like some states do not require that the animal has professional training, okay? But I really feel like there should be a standard, at least a certain standard, to have to train a service dog to. And more than anything, more than pottying, more than being excited and making friends with people, more than anything, that if you have a service dog, it has to have a training in temperament and interaction with other humans and animals. And that it does not display aggressive, erratic, or unbecoming, unnerving behavior. You know, where it seems like somebody's going to get attacked or bit. I really feel like that should be one of the primary focuses on service animals. Geek was CG Penny, yeah, CG Mini Painting. Welcome aboard, my friend. How are you guys? That's right, Scarlett. Oh, Scarlett. That's what it is. That's right. Yep. Is Raven out there? Well, hello, Wicca. Oh, you switched accounts. Okay, awesome. Hello, Mini Mummy. How you doing? Hello, CG. How are you guys? We're gonna do a little. I hope it says TMM. We're doing real metallics today. A little bit of real metallic work. We're just having a little discussion about people and their service animals. Hello, Channer. How are you doing? Hello, Blade Mark. Thank you so much for shouting out our friend. You guys, if you are not following CG Mini Painting, it's such a fun stream to go into. And they are such talented painters. You guys should give it a whirl. Give them a follow, and the next time they pop up live, go check it out. You might make a new friend. There wasn't really very many people in here, but... So I am in total agreement with you guys. I think there should be standards for the service animals, and it's really sad the way they've got the whole system set up. It really is. Hello, I'm taping a new, I forgot that I took a class here recently, and I forgot that I had ripped up my background. Like I made all my notes on it and then I cut it off of here and went upstairs with it. And I was like, oh, so it really makes it messy for you guys when there's like a whole bunch of static in the background. Yes, Scarlett, that is a sad thing. That is a very sad thing. However, you know, are you in the United States? Are you in the United States? Wait, are you my first Scarlett that is with my Raven, or are you a different Scarlett? You're a different Scarlett, aren't you? No, but if they say it is a service animal in the United States, there, ooh, panache. Okay, hold on. Well, I'm gonna say camera. Maybe slightly, I'm gonna say camera, but see, I can fix that. Hold on. Let me see. The thing is that where the camera is located, it does look like it gets narrower towards the back. See how it's closer on the front? That's actually a camera angle thing looking up. Is that a little bit better? I can get a second piece and cover it so it's all the same color and it won't bother you, because it bothers me. Okay, let's move it over. Hold on, you guys, because seriously, I have OCD too, and if I start looking at the camera, now I can't unsee it. It's Panache's fault, everybody. It's all Panache's fault.
You got a thing of water in Tammy's kennel.
Oh, thank you. In the front?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much. And if you want to make yourself, I used the whole bucket of taco fixins last night.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you know where all those supplies are. Oh, Walmart is not, Wicca? Really? Okay, because so in the my understanding from the ADA is you can ask. Okay, I have to count the laps of water so that I know how she's feeling. I know it sounds crazy, and also when she has to go out next. So it's been every 2 hours. That's pretty much where we're at. You know, it's probably because people don't get the training. So the people need training about their service dog. The service dog needs training to be nice. And then the people that are in the establishment, I almost opened a business in Washington as an advocate for service dogs. And then also I go into businesses. I am actually one of the people that trained the employees at the hospital at one of the hospitals I went into in Washington. They challenged me on the dog. And I told them, I'll tell you what, you go look it up. You go look up the ADA's fine tuning, And if I am wrong, I will gladly have someone take the dog home and kennel the dog. My niece was having a baby and I was her midwife. Her breathing coach, her breathing coach. And they said the dog was not allowed in the birthing room. The service dog is not allowed in surgery or surgery recovery. But birthing rooms, if the person who's having the baby wants the dog there, and the person who is one of the facilitators to the birth requires a service dog, she's allowed. So it changed everything because I wasn't being rude. I just said, you guys go look and bring me the paperwork and I will finite tune it for you and show you that my dog is allowed in here. Yes. So my understanding, what the ADA told me is that they can ask me if it's a service dog. Hello, Ishan. Hello. It's okay. It's totally okay, Panache. Is this a service dog? Is this a service dog? And then, may I please ask you, what service does your service dog provide? Now, there's different types of service dogs. For example, Hammy is a medical alert dog. Okay. Now, a emotional support animal is not a service animal. Yes, it provides a service, but it is not technically a service animal. Okay. They have a different category. However, they are allowed in most places, but generally not places like bars, restaurants. There's a few, and they may have changed it because they were making some changes in 2019. They were making some changes. Yeah, and you have to be really careful. And then people can get their shorts in a wad about things. So, but here's the truth. Here's something that, Wicca, that is very interesting that Walmart employees should be trained for. So this is the truth now, if somebody had a child, we're pretending, and that child walked into an aisle, or maybe went up by the meat counter, that's pretty common with dogs, and then took off their pants and started to crap on the floor. 100%, I'm telling you, 100%, that person, because of that completely indecent action that their child is taking, which is defecating on the floor, that person can be asked to leave and take their child with them. So can the dog. Should a child start throwing a tantrum and ripping bags of beans and rice off the shelf and screaming at the top of their lung, that person and their child can be asked to leave. So can a dog. So where the problem lies is that the people think they can just get away with everything. And it's very sensitive because you can actually get into trouble if you don't approach it just exactly perfectly. It's a service child. I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh, that's too good. Oh, well, no, tigers. I'm sorry. I'm not feeling like I want to be famous today. I'll be honest. Well, all of you guys that popped in here with CG minis, I'm going to get another piece of, oh, you know what, though? Now you see what's going to happen here, Panache, right? Is you're going to see my tape. And then you're going to be like, oh, wait, hold on. Go back. Don't do that. Okay, hold on. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it in and then move it. There we go. So once I put the white on there, you should be able to see. And Panache, I swear, if you make me notice that the line's not perfectly straight between the two, I'm coming over there and giving you smacks. Hang tight. I'll be right back. Oh, wait, did I bring that one out here? The extra page? No, okay. Awesome. I do not have backdrops big enough to cover the whole area. Because I work in a pretty big area. You're good. Gets out the ruler, right? I know Geek always says promises, promises. Dave, damn it. Damn it, Dave. Okay, let's see here. See, now that's gonna be where our problem is, right there. Now, because you guys are gonna be like, oh, that line's not straight. So I have to glue it. We're gonna glue it because you guys are gonna notice the tape's not straight. And then it's gonna drive me crazy the whole stream. You guys said, where is my friggin' PVA? That PVA, no, it's Gorilla Glue. We don't need that. Where's my PVA? Is that PVA? That's PVA. Sassy. Good. Oh, yeah, that's true. The light kind of dissipates it. Dave's going to be like, oh, wait. Oh, you know what, Dave, though? I get caught on this lip. I get caught on the lip all the time when I do it that way. All right. So this is very technical, what we're learning today. You guys, we have transferred over to our world of going back to 5 years old. We are going to play with paste and paper. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just putting this back here. I want you guys to be able to have a nice view of what we're doing. And so I try to use very solid and natural colors. The thing is, I'm almost run out of solid colors for you. I mean, of neutral colors for you guys, because most of my colors are like red, black, green, you know, that sort of a thing. Oh, paste eating. Yes, it's Archie. Okay, so then we make the line. I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm going to cover the whole thing so that I have room for taking the notes, which is something that I seem to do, well, especially when I'm in a learning situation. And I'm going to make it straight. So I've got these edges to go by here so Panache doesn't get too excited. There we go. And doodle, right? I know, seriously, Scale. All right, everybody, now get out your crayons and color books. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting. Uh-oh, it's slightly crooked. Don't look at Panache. Also, my fingers are really bust up and I'm trying to heal them, you guys, so don't make fun of my funny thumb, okay? Dave, I swear to God, if you make fun of my funny thumb, it's all over. It's so all over, dude. It's not going to be smacked with a skillet. It's going to be like, I'm going to divorce you. There's a few things you can tease me about. That's not one of them. I'm sensitive about it. I have a weird thumb. One, mind you. I inherited it from my grandma. Why my grandma had to have her bowling ball drilled special was because of her odd thumb. I was told when I was little that it got ran over by a car. That's not true. I was never run over by a car. What's funny about no, Gore. Okay. That should do it, and mostly bleed out by the lights until, you know, the glue collects dirt. Yes, this, you know, they kind of do. I'm just really, really grateful that I haven't developed any type of joint problems in my hands, which is really cool. You know what my dad told me when I told him that? So I've been thinking a lot about my dad lately. I miss my dad terribly, you guys, right now. I don't know what I think it's because it's the holidays. Okay, but I used to tell my dad, because my wrists started hurting and stuff like that. And I said to him, I said, you know, I'm just really grateful that I don't have any joint problems with my hands. You know, and my dad goes, well, then you didn't take after your dad, because I had joint problems my entire youth and into my old age, because I was constantly grabbing reefer, rolling it up, getting some tokes. I'm like, haha, Dad. He really did tell the worst bad dad jokes. And you got a joint. Wait a minute, Scarlett. Wait, what did Scarlett say? Oh, I'm sorry. So you don't mean a joint like a stogie, right? Like, you don't mean that kind of joint, right? You're meaning like joints on your hands, right? Now that I've told my dad's bad dad joke, I'm thinking that's what you're talking about. Hello, Snick. How you doing? We're talking about marijuana. No, we're not. I mean, we were. I was talking about my dad. It was a bad dad joke. It was just a really bad. My dad really did tell bad dad jokes. It's like some people's dads don't. Mine really did. We were pasting paper today, Snick. Yes, sirree. We were doing a little lineup. So Panache came in and informed me that my paper was crooked, and they're right. It is because the way the camera is kind of angled at it, it makes it look wider down here and narrower down there, so it kind of looks crooked. And then I couldn't stop looking at it, so I had to fix it. You did? What did you paint, Panache? Oh, by the way, it's Tuesday. You guys go ahead and share your stuff in the chat with each other, please. If you're new here and you came in with CG Minis and you're still hanging out, and you guys want to put like your links in the chat, today is the day to do it. On Tuesday we do a lot of sharing because we don't have a moderator that comes in and shouts out. Oh, hey, Zelius, you crazy rat! What are you up to? Oh yeah, that looked better. Is that better? That's kind of what I wanted to do for you guys. It was a hell of a start today. I feel bad when Hammy starts getting in pain, you guys. It's really hard for me to like keep my my focus on stuff. I want to find out like where she's at and what's going on and how bad is it. Does she need to go to the doctor, etc. But I got her anti-inflammatories in her, and she seems to be feeling a little better. You're playing with an excavator named Rubber Duck. Oh, Blade Mark. My dad would love your bad dad jokes. My dad thought that it was necessary for me to be exposed to these bad jokes. He really did. It was like his job to torture me. He had the strangest sense of humor, my dad. It was very sailor-like. And yes, if you're a sailor, I am saying you have a very strange sense of humor. Okay. All right, Snick. Now I've like taped and double taped. All right. We're all smooth and pretty. Hold on. We got to double tape. This end gets the moisture, so we got to make sure we got an extra piece of tape for security on it. I even taped down my little boo-boo spots and these spots that catch. All right. Look at that. I can do paper and paste. Oh, Valfair, I didn't see you. Oh, my God. What tape? Where? What? Are you being serious right now? Oh, my God. It's under the words. Okay, I'm telling you, it's the... Oh, you're naughty. Okay, you're really naughty. I tell you what, it's the tape is straight. The camera is not straight. Okay. Bad. Naughty Valfera, naughty. Okay, hold on. Okay. Oh my God, Panache. That's terrible. You have Geek saying that. Oh, no, when I get mad, I sound really not very friendly. But that is a huge compliment. Because I think I know who Marge Simpson's voice is. And I think she's hot. Pretty sure I think. Isn't that... Didn't she play... Hold on. On a program called... how can I forget this right now? Love and Marriage? Peg Bundy. Isn't that Marge Simpson's voice? Isn't that Peg Bundy? Or is that the alien one that has the Peg Bundy voice? I love Peg Bundy's voice. I love Peg Bundy. Right. But yeah, that's Peg Bundy or the Peg Bundy. She, oh God, I just thought she could have used it like a little more butt on the back, you know, if it just came out a little bit more. But oh my gosh, I just thought I saw her in a couple. I saw her in a program somewhere. I think she was an attorney or something. Oh my, I like to die. I like to die. I'd be like, oh my God. But there was also something about that whole thing with the giant red hair and those just those outfits she wore and stuff. I don't know. I was kind of fond of it. I wonder if Hatter is here yet. So Hatter was going to be a little bit late. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Hatter had a medical appointment to go to. Katie Seagal. Yeah, the alien one, right? Well, hello, Pop. How you doing? Welcome in, my friend. Ladies and gentlemen, Pop Goes the Monkey. Can I please get a shout out for Pop, Dave? That's pretty important. So Pop Goes the Monkey is one of our, oh, I got something to show you. He's one of our sponsors, one of our premium sponsors. So I just took a course just for you. But we're just beginning. So I just got some base colors down. Yeah, I wanted to hear more about your Wagalicious project. So here's our guy. Let's back out a little bit here so you can see it. Right, we've started in on just the base coats, right? Getting a little bit of the grime, the oil built at the bottom. This is just the base coat part. I made it to close the door. We're doing the inside black. I'll do a little bit of gray in there to kind of get it where when people look in, they can see it. We got the little turret guy. Right, you can see it's kind of, but I mean, this is just the base coat. So we're just starting here. I haven't painted any of the big guns, and I just got through discussing the tracks with somebody and took a lesson with them. We got all the little pieces kind of painted with the, thank you very much. Oh, we got Twitch. Pop, can you put your website? Hello, Ben. How you doing? So yeah, I got all the pieces out. We got the primer, of course, and then on some of them, I've still got the it's like a little bit more green, so that when they attach, let me find the little unit that attaches to. And I took some pictures. I think, I'm not positive, but I think that there is some, it's on here. I think there's some pieces that I'm missing. So this is a little bit more, whoop, let's put it on right. This is a little bit more green. I also fixed it for you, so it like comes off and snaps right on like perfectly. Just slick as snot off a doorknob. Well, owl shit off a glass doorknob, I guess. We could say that. But, so I was looking at some of the instructions. Oh, Dave, I swear it's gonna happen. Oh yeah, this is you do. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. So it'll be more intense when it's done. So this is a color shift by Green Stuff World. I used 2 of them, Pop. One is one of their greens and one is their purple. But if you notice, like, this is what color you see when the light is at this angle, but when the light is at that angle, it changes to army green. Yeah, isn't it cool? It's really, really cool. So I have to tell you that I was taking a tank class. I took a tank class, you guys, from Solway. If you guys haven't done it, do it. I swear. If you have not taken a tank class from Solway, you need to take a tank class. So I took a tank class from Solway because I wanted to be on the right track. That is, there's no pun intended there. Okay, I realize what I did. Yeah, he liked the colors too, and he showed me how to work with it and talk to me about weathering and different stuff like that. But I'm glad you like the base color. That makes me very happy, you know. It's got a whole story behind it. We're coming out of the water in the Hawaiian Islands is its story. And yeah, so he loved the barnacles, by the way, Pop. He loved the barnacles. And as a captain, I just think that maybe we might also need to buy bags of barnacles. I don't know if they're not terribly hard to make. They are really tiny, but man, he loved those. He said those were a super cool deal. And I'd like very much to introduce you. They are awesome. I'd like very much to introduce you to him. Can you do me a favor, Dave? Can you shout out Solway Studio in the chat for Pop? Pop, if you could go give him a follow. I also wrote you an email. I feel like you are interested. He is like he's my senpai of weathering machinery. Oh, yeah, right? Thank you very much, Blade Mark. Thank you. Yeah, if you give him a follow, go look at his Instagram. I also sent you his Instagram and Discord, but I noticed you don't visit the Discord as often. So just go. It's crazy. His weathering is crazy. Hey, Ben. Do you now? Do you now? You know what? I don't remember the Ben Holden part. That's Twitch. That's Twitch name. Halden, that is. So I feel like you will just really want to go check that out. I feel like he's worth your time. He's crazy good. Yes, so Pop Goes the Monkey made those. All the barnacles he made for it. He made the this squiddly this octopi here, and these with the octopi, like the Hydra. It looks like the Hydra. And then the little squids, and then these little hanging lights. And I got a little bag of those lights as a gift, right? Oh, I'm telling you what, right? They're just absolutely fantastic. They are so amazing. And you know what I loved is that you remembered to put a few up here on the top. That made me so happy. They're just in all the right places. But yeah, I guess I'll have to go in the store and get myself some more barnacles then. Oh, Small World with Bill. Ah, I was there technically. Right, I was in so much pain when I was at ReaperCon. Did you give us a ride? Are you the guy that gave us a ride? Oh, that's the Kraken chapter. Okay, yeah, he's got all these cool chapters. It's really, really cool. And then also my my Robo Squig. I'm excited. I'm getting some kind of a squiggly Robo Squiggly thing. Here, hold on. It's right here. Looky. Not the Robo Squig. The my little bag of goodies. Let me show you. Looky. You can get these. They're the lamps. And I need to do is give them a dry brushing so everybody can see them. But I got a bunch of them. And they are so terribly cool. And he's got one that's got an orc's hand attached to it. Is mine? No, I don't have the orc's hand one. Oh, there's emblems. I didn't see the emblems. Oh my God, that's so cool. So cool. Oh, lamps. Oh, this little lamp is different. This little lamp is different than those lamps. These lamps have a little post in them, and you can put them on top of something. Yeah, those are so cool. And he also put the squig guns up in a separate package, so you can buy the squig. Where's my squig? I was just playing with my squig because we were gonna do some metal. Where are you, big boy? The Robo Squig. Where's my Robo Squig? Excuse me, you guys. Here we go. We are putting metal on another guy from Midnight Heroes. That's this guy here. We're gonna do some colored metallic on him. It sounded kind of dirty. Yeah, it can sometimes. So this big boy. Now we okay. So he had an accident. Don't judge him. Okay. Hi, Green Heart of Colors. Welcome in. If I did miss anybody, please know I never mean to miss you. I just get excited about things, and sometimes I miss things in chat. Small World was fun. Oh, okay. Oh, yes, I remember you now. Yes, the elevator guy. I remember you. Man, you. We had such a good time. That was such a good gaming session. I enjoyed all the laughter and everything. Yes, so he had an accident. Let's not judge, all right? And he was trying to eat a marine, and when he did, then like his teeth broke out. So he's got a couple saw blades missing out of the side there because he was getting too aggressive and the marine was just too large. The armor was too tough and he paid for it. But what I wanted to show you about him is that he comes with all these cool guns, right? And what Pop did was he sells these guns separately now, right? So you can get the pack of guns. Now, I stole one of them. If you look in my Instagram, I stole one of the big guns and I welded it. I orc welded it to the top of one of these little guys. These the mini guys. This is a little Robo Squig. He had an accident too. He had an accident. He had an accident with a geek and lost both feet, but we're going to do surgery and put them back on, so it's okay. And then I took a big gun and I welded it to the top of his head. First, I took off these little nubs right here, and then I welded this big gun to the top of his head because he wanted big guns. I don't know, Panache, but you know what? Here's the thing. Send me the ID measurement, Panache, on the pivot point. But you can sand it. That's what I did to get perfect like pivot, right? So you could interchange. I just took and sanded it at an angle, right? And it fits right in. I'm going to put magnet in here and a magnet on there. And then that way, because I'm going to have to sand some of this down, like, right? And then make it shorter. And then I'm going to put a magnet there and a magnet here. And then when it pops in there, you'll be able to turn it and it'll be magneted, right? So tell me what the ID is on that, the Chaos Marines rocket pivot point. And then I'll tell you what, but you, seriously, you could just file it. Just because it's really, look how thick he made the resin. So you could just file it smaller and then put a magnet. And put a magnet in your Marine's pocket. I mean, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Yes, it is. It's actually a Robo Squig. Green Art of Colors. It's a squig, excuse me. Squig. Doesn't it though? That's what I thought too, Panache. You know what I'm gonna do? Because I've got spare Marines. So I put on Baby. You guys remember Baby, right? Let's get Baby. So on Baby, I had a spare, actually a friend gave me a Tau. Is that right, Dave? It's a Tau. Okay, hold on. Let's put him in here and put him over there. You wait right there so that everybody can see Baby. Baby says hello. Baby's one of our favorite little creations in the studio. And Baby got mad at a Tau because it was shooting at him. And this is what happens. So we were going to take a Marine's leg, Panache, and like put it in here. Kind of like he's got the Tau ripped in half. And then we're going to put I'm going to glue a Marine's leg right in there where the broken blades are. You know, Panache, I tell you, got to go look at those guns. I took the one that I liked the best, which I think was the best one, besides the rocket launcher, was a little too big for that little guy. But if you go look, oh my gosh, he's got all these cool guns and stuff. Now, when I was making this guy, yeah, thank you very much, Salius. So when I was making this guy, if those guns would have been available, I totally would have mounted one right there. Right there. Look at that spot. It's just perfect for one, right? Look. Seriously, you and your saw blade teeth have been a problem. But we did save the saw blades. Hold on. Look. Come on. Wouldn't he look good with like that on his head? Ooh, or one on his shoulder. How about that? Oh, wouldn't that be cool? Like he'd just be like, right? Yeah, I would like it. Wouldn't that be cool right there? Oh my gosh. I'd probably have to move the pipe or something, but I mean, it's not like people don't do that kind of stuff all the time, right? Yep, I would like it. But yeah, if I mounted it right here, it wouldn't have much pivot room. I need a smaller one. Pop, gotta make me a smaller one, man. I need a smaller one for the top of one of these cans with nothing really on the back. like the artillery kind of towards the front, a little bit smaller just to mount in that spot right there. Yep, he would like it. Ooh, is that crazy looking like saw blade one? Yeah, so we actually are gonna do some, and we can also, like, if I prime this guy, he's had his alcohol bath. He loved it. Oh my gosh, you guys, he was so cooperative. Like, he was just playing in the alcohol bath. It was really good. He said it feels good. He likes the taste too. And he drank half the bucket. I'm telling you, they are a little bit troublemakers, you guys, just a little bit. But he's got a little cleaning to do, like, you know, his little supports. And I didn't think everybody really wanted to watch that. But his lower jaw is a really, really good place for me to show you a couple of things. And his upper head. And honestly, it doesn't really matter because he's orc. So I'm just going to go ahead and primer those two spots really quick. You guys, by the way, I 100% totally apply primer with a brush like all the time. Ask Dave. Not on big areas. Not like I wouldn't do a tank with a brush. I'd use an airbrush. Hello, Juju. Hello, Aspire. How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? Wow, it's nice to see so many people in here on a Tuesday. All right, let's see. What did I do with my brushes? I put them over here. I got all my brushes out because I've been doing all the things. Like all the things. I have like 6 or 7 different things. I've been getting quite a bit of painting done. Hello, Palooka. Wow. Look at that. Oh, that's another one, Pop. Palooka. The thing is, so Solway is in the UK. Palooka, please put your Instagram and your Twitch in the channel. Thank you, Dave. Take a look at that. Take a look at that work, Pop. He does a lot of Warhammer and a lot of Marines. And his Marines blow your mind. Blow. You'll like it. But they are out of the United States. But seriously, yeah, take a look at him. Those are 2 Warhammer painter guys that I can 100%, some of the best people I've ever met. Really talented artists. There you are. Look, he's in the chat right now. Pop, I was just telling Pop about you. How you doing, Solway? Yeah, oh, it is fine. Then totally worth your time, Pop, to check them out. If you don't care where they're from, I'm telling you, like, I mean, you know, I was telling you, like, the community-minded, oriented about the game and the pieces, and Palooka does a lot more of the people, whereas Solway does a lot more of the machinery. So I really think that's a really good balance, and they are both really good at what they do. Seriously. Like, I am telling you what, the amount of knowledge I have coming into this tank job, I'm so excited to do this for you, Pop, because now I've got all this knowledge. It really got me to thinking. Like, really got me to thinking. I'm gonna name my tank. Who's rating us? Omni, hello! Wow, all the people. You really got me to thinking. So anyways, I'm gonna give the tank a name like I do my vehicles and everything. You just got some ignition core chibis in the mail. Ooh, I'd like to see chibis. That would be awesome. I'm doing a little priming on this, you guys. This is the large RoboSquig from Pop Goes the Monkey. And I'm gonna do a little priming on this guy because, so his bottom jaw is domed one way. Now, we're of course not gonna see inside here, but that doesn't mean I can't paint it and then later put like ink shadows or something. I just want to have this piece. It's the one piece I have, which reminds me, Pop, I was going to tell you, if you've got failed prints, you can throw them in a box, and then when you get like a box full of all the failed stuff, if that's, I don't know if that's such a thing, but if it is, I will take the pieces because I can use them. As of 2022, I'm going to start doing some kit bashing. And the other thing is using them for demo. Geek had a failed print recently. The whole front turned out good, but the back was completely gone. Is she in here? Anyway, I used it to paint skin the other day. Hello, Misko. Frog, there you are. You're jealous. Ooh, you're jealous. What are you jealous of? Oh, the chibis, yes. All right, so we're just gonna like let these guys dry. Yes, I'm telling you, I use my brush all the time. Now I'm gonna thank you for that follow. I am gonna be testing out because you know the sponsorship from Green Stuff World. So I'm gonna be testing how I like their primer. You know I'm pretty picky about like primer is probably one of my most picky things. My sensei said that he wants me to try it. Samini. So my senpai of weathering, that would be Solway Studios. If you guys paint machines and Warhammer, you know, if you do the Warhammer machines, bikes, just even like even if you do like old vehicles or crazy terrain with rusty stuff, you know, that's had a life in it, I'm telling you, you should take one of his classes. For real. You will not regret it. It was so worth my time. For real. What's going on? What's going on, Palooka? Perfect. We got to get the subscriptions and the follows we're working on for Samini. We have to do the dice giveaway too. I do have all the names for everybody that went and joined. So now, you know, one of the interesting things about primering also when you're using a brush that's cool, you know, in between all these blades, if you get a small brush, you can kind of get in between the blades so that you don't see the black in the back. Using an ugly brush, you can get right in there through those blades, just right down in there. And that's now with an airbrush, you can get it pretty good, but you got to be pretty good at floating. The other thing you can do, I've been told, is just dip it. But I don't know, there's something about dipping a mini that, I had such good fun. And I just got completely, I tell you what, I got completely lost looking at products when we were done, Solway, and completely lost track of time. I thought it was about 4:30, maybe 5 o'clock. I went upstairs and it was almost 8 p.m. Totally lost track of time. My phone I had taken upstairs with me, so... See, now this particular primer just has a really good way of self-leveling, so I'm very fond of it. But if you start getting really big areas, then it can become a problem. Now, I'm not going to paint the areas on him that need a little bit of, you know, these little supports and stuff that he needs. We're not going to address those. We're just going to use his dome because it's a very good example. And hopefully, as we get started, Hatter will come in because he really wanted to see this. Now, granted, he can always just pick up and watch it. All right, that looks pretty good. So no, is Palooka Pop and Solway. Yeah, I want you to go take a look at that because every time I'm watching them or every time I think about them, I'm like, man, I gotta contact Pop and tell, yeah, because real heavy Warhammer painters. You got Palooka. So the other one is Solway. Now, Samini, he paints busts. He paints display quality busts and figures, but he doesn't do a lot of Warhammer. And definitely, I don't really know that I've ever seen Samini kit bash. He might, but he's not really into the Warhammer thing. Solway, yeah. Solway, can you put your links in the chat for Pop, please? Yeah, because I really think with the tank thing coming out, Pop, at the Nova, You know, you're taking the tank, and all the little gadgets on the tank. I think he's a really good person to look at because between now and Nova, somebody will be out there, you know, doing the tank thing. And this guy, for kit bash, put pieces together, use other pieces. He does all kinds of models. Solway does, like all of it. And the people that Palooka paints, the Warhammer people, actually look like little people having a battle on your desk. Really, really talented. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, it's really super crazy. Soulways, why don't you, and Palooka, why don't you guys whisper pop your emails? That way, if he goes to tell you something or chat with you or wants, he can just, I have the best luck getting a hold of him by email. All this other methods we have can sometimes just crap on us. All right, let's get a little brush. Oh, we're doing metallics. Hang on, guys. I gotta shift brushes. Oh, you're in the chat room? Like over here? Oh. Oh. Wait, on my Discord? Oh, you know what? On Tuesdays, we generally don't open it. Is that what you mean? Hold on just a minute. Let me take a look at that. You guys want to go into the, you weren't typing. Oh, hold on just a minute. Are you guys, if you guys are in the chat room, the hangout, let me see. That's the challenge. Hold on just a minute. Announcements. Judges hanging. Patreon. Voice channels. I don't see you in there. No, the chat room here too. Oh. Sorry. It's okay. I'm the captain, but have no idea where we're going. Oh, okay. All right, let's see. So we have to choose, in choosing brushes for your metallic, you don't want natural. You want synthetic hair. Metallic really eats up your natural. So we're going to take these brushes that I have used before, that I like, that are synthetic, a 4A2, and I believe this is a 0 and a 0. There we go. I'm going to claim those. They all have green handles. I can tell them all. Well, you know, it's scale model. It's not Scarlet. I'm sorry. I'm so dyslexic. Scale model. You know what? In our house, I'm really lucky. We have 2 people and both people know how. Well, the dishwasher does anyway. Oh, I'm so glad that you both came in here, Palooka, at the same time. Solway and Palooka. It just absolutely thrills me. And then we also need to make sure we get a shout out for Samini and everybody who's in the channel that's not following him. Okay. You know what? Now I don't know a whole lot about the history behind, Solway and his, whether or not he's done a lot of competition painting or stuff like that. But what I do know is that Palooka has, and also that, Palooka has judged. And Samini has won medals, won certificates, been published, and judged. So I feel like you guys, it would be worth your time. And he will answer any questions. Don't be afraid to interrupt his silence and ask him questions. Okay, these are the ones that I'm choosing. I'm also going to steal this one from Cuttlefish Paint. And use it for metallics, you guys. And then what I'm going to do is tag them. Oh, well, everybody's a little bit different, but sometimes people like to know a little bit of the history. But what I will tell you from a standpoint of coming up with an artistic background and seeing, like, I can't even begin to tell you the amount of work that I've seen is that the work that Solway Studios does is definitely what we refer to as competition and display level work. It's so realistic, it's almost scary in a way. Yeah, I know. I know. Yes, that's another thing too. Solway is really a super laid back being. Okay, we're going to work with some of these. I'm going to open these. So I got some new metallics. We're going to look at a few different, we're working with colors, but in working with colored metallics, you will also be using your standard colors, you know, like if you're doing bronze or if you're doing, now not always, this is just the way I do. Metallic is one of my passions. And I've been asked by one of my Patreons about colored metallics. And that's kind of how we ended up here today. That's all Samini's information. Thank you so much, Dave. So all of you guys that are not following Samini, go give Samini a follow. He does a couple of hours of streaming pretty much every weekday. And it's 100% worth your time to go in there and check it out. Please, I'm close with Samini. So when I tell you, please ask him questions, I'm being serious. It may not seem like it because he's so in the zone, but he loves to be asked questions. Palooka does too. Palooka can get in the zone and all of a sudden he's just not talking. He's just going. Ask questions. Go. Actually, these are three people that I have taken a lot home from as far as like learning from. And interestingly enough, all three of them like to be asked questions, will answer all of your questions, will give you demonstrations. They will not charge you for their time while they are streaming, but you've got to pipe up and ask the question. And as you can see, I talk a lot. So for me to pipe up and ask, I mean, my dad raised me asking questions. He didn't like it if I assumed things. So ask the questions. It gets them talking. Also, you know what? If you guys ask the question, sometimes there's a person that's in the chat that is way too shy, like they can't even do it. And if you ask the question, did you know that you're opening the door for that other person to learn something too? Yeah. And no questions are stupid either. It's none, because you just never know what people know or don't know. So like me, if you ask me a question, if I don't know the answer, I'll go find it for you. Like if nobody in chat has the answer and I don't have the answer, we'll go find it. And we usually bring it back to our Discord and put it in there. I'll tell you, hey, go put that. In fact, we have to actually have a thing. Some of our Discord channels we have to get rid of, and then we have to fine tune it. But seriously, you may be the one that asks the question that is something somebody wants to ask, but they just, you know, getting in chat is a little bit of a commitment for some people. I've talked to lurkers privately that don't ever come in chat. And sometimes it's a bit of a commitment. Sometimes they feel awkward doing it. Sometimes they feel like they have no business, like maybe they're interrupting your painting or they're interrupting the other people, but don't feel like that. If you go to any one of those three chats, 100%, every one of them will tell you every product they use, the different methods they use. You do. Oh, flag. All right, let's see. We're going to need, well, I was hoping I was going to have maybe a little bit of pink in here, but I don't. I got a little blue. Yeah, so my Green Stuff World, that one's a little bit sort of, but not, I mean, if you look at the colors he's got for base colors. Oh, he does have the blue. This is a really good blue. Here's another blue. This one's lighter. This is Scale. This is Green Stuff World. And the other metallics that I have a few Vallejo, but the colored metallics, I pretty much color my own metallics, but we're not going to do that method. We're going to do the I already have a colored metallic method, okay? Green Stuff World. Yes, delicious. So I've got a blue here from, I don't have a pink. Now, I don't know if I missed that. Now, if Samini were here, he would be able to tell me. All right, so we got a good blue. Let me give that a shake on the vortex over here. You do want to mix them really good. So let's talk a little bit as we get into this. Let's talk a little bit about colored metallics and the fact that metallics dry faster. Metallics do. Oh, that is awesome. He's going to be excited about that. By Green Stuff World, Dave. So metallics do dry faster. Not all companies use the same medium in their metallic. Metallic rubbing, which is I will not know if I can do it with Green Stuff World until we try. So first thing we're going to do, though, is we're going to take this danger zone out of the picture here. I'm going to flip this because I see white on the palette. So now here's something to know. Any paints with heavy opacity. Oh, goo, thank you. Any paints with heavy opacity, okay, meaning they cover, they're chalky, they're matte, okay? You don't want to mix them with your metallics or you will lose your metallic, okay? So, I mean, it's an effect that you can use. I'm not saying you absolutely cannot do that. But if you go to mix them thinking, oh, I'm going to mix like my green metallic with white and make it lighter, that's kind of not what you're going to get, okay? So, when you're using your metallics, I don't know if I can do rubbing. Oh my God. So the Cobalt by Green Stuff World is fantastic. Oh, this is Neptus Blue. Sorry. Neptus Blue. Then we have, Cobalt is by Scale 75. Now, Dave, can you tell me, do you know if the Scale 75 colored metallics are also gel paint like their other paint? Oh, a place closer to him. Oh, that's exciting. I'm excited for him. Okay, so, we need the pokey guy. Pokey guy. There we go. Most likely. That was my thought. So just to let you guys know, if the metallic paint that you are using has a gel base, so the carrier in it is gel. Metallic rubbing is much more complicated. You end up using a lot more paint. Okay. But in light of that, looking at that, if it is gel based, then doing thin layers and doing the snit bag with some pirates. Omni, by the way, I don't think I gave you quite a proper greeting. Are you still out there, my dear? Did you hang out for 17 minutes? I don't think I gave you quite a proper greeting. I was off on something. Thank you so much for the raid and welcome in. Hey, you guys, should go give Omni. Let's see. Omni Ming. Hello, Snitbag. It's a baby raid. A baby. No, it's not with babies, is it? Is it with babies? Snitbag, if you can put your information in the chat, please. Everybody go give Snitbag a follow for that wonderful raid. That was very nice. So Neptus Blue, and then we've got this blue. I got to kind of keep these separate so I know where I'm going. Now, I actually do not have any proper pink. I even looked, that bubblegum pink, I fight with that all the time. I think I'm going to ink the pink. I'm not sure. I've got kind of a coral. Let's take a look again one more time. Over here in our, oh, there she is. That's Bubblegum Crisis by Turbodor. All right. Oh, raid with baby. Okay, okay. Okay, so we have established, is Omni's not still out there? Can somebody give Omni a big shout out? And you guys go give Omni a follow. That was so nice to be raided. We love our raiders. Pass out some rum. It might be early in the morning, but I don't really care. Now, we've established, first of all, separate brushes. All right. I want to make sure I get the steps right. Okay. So we've established you must have separate brushes for this. It's going to eat your brushes. The other thing is that you want a separate rinsing pot. Now, not everybody thinks this way, but I really do. Okay, so I have a separate rinsing pot, okay, that is a double rinsing pot for my metallics because it just gets in it's like glitter. It gets in everything. Rum for all, exactly. We're going to go over here with the pinks. Now, I do want to make sure that you guys can see the palette adequately. All right, let's get that centered in. Don't tell me the palette's crooked, Panache, or there's going to be trouble. Make sure that one's really mixed. All of your metallics should give a really, really, really good mix. Yeah, well, it will end up fabulous. Okay, so the other thing is, let's talk. So we've got the separate brushes. We've got separate rinsing pots, right? Okay. And then I'd like to talk a little bit about, this is a big question. A lot of people say, wet palette or no wet palette? Now, what I'm going to tell you about, thank you, Dave. Thank you. There you guys go give Omni some love. Go share some Tuesday love. Metallics dry faster and easier than other paint. If you make your wet palette, because it would seem logical, right? If they dry faster, well, let's put them on a wet palette. Yes, this is true. But if you make your wet palette too wet, okay, you are going to cause, and it's still going to happen a little bit. You'll notice a little bit of separation. Now, one of the things that I do, you got to be careful because fibers on the palette is I have a little junky brush. Where's my little junk brush? I think it's a little junk brush that doesn't soak up too much paint. And before I will go into a paint, right, I'll make sure to see how it changes color. Did you see that? How bright it became? Because we want to get all those little particles mixed back in there, right? And I'll do that before I start using it. Same thing. You'll notice the purple. The green is standing at, they're all a little bit different. The personality of the pigments in metallic change it. So you're not always going to get necessarily two that are acting the same as you want them to. So I use, it is not, the underneath the sponge is wet originally. And what I do when I'm going to do metallic, and this is why when Hatter asked me, I said, today is the perfect day for this. I get my sponge really wet, and then I put the palette paper over it, right? And I let it get, and then I leave it there overnight. That's the palette that I use for my metallics. It does not have too much moisture in it, but it's not a lack of moisture so that it ends up drying. Now, if you use like the plastic type or just a paper plate or a glass plate or whatever, it dries around the edges. And one of the problems with this type of paint is it does tend to separate as it sits. Thank you very much, Shane. Thank you. It's going to do that. Now, here's the negative side is that when you have it dry and the side and it starts separating and the sides start drying, it changes the consistency and the structure of that paint. When you have a very, very wet palette and there's too much moisture and it separates, the particulates that are in it, which are your metallic, start to act funny. It can be too runny and then you won't get smooth metallic, right? So if you were to feel this palette, it kind of just feels damp, not even damp. It's more like after the washer spins your clothes the way the clothes are supposed to feel. When you've wrung something out really, really good and you're very, very powerful, that amount of moisture. If you'll notice, now the blue is acting a little crazy, but it could just be that blue, let's see, that blue may very well, maybe it sat for too long, but I've had it in a box from shipping. Maybe I didn't shake it good enough, or maybe it is just a little thinner than the other colors. But let's shake it again and just make sure we got all the metallic in there. So you really got to shake them good, but you'll notice that the green and the purple, wait, There you go. The green and the purple are standing up. That's a little bit. Yes, Dave, the sponge feels moist. There you are, Hatter. There you are, Hatter. We're actually just discussing personalities of different, let's see. Now, if it doesn't do this again, it's highly possible I just did not quite get it shaken. Keep it moist. Yes. Now, don't get excited with you. So here's the thing about this that can become a problem. I ride my colors really close to the edge. So if you're coming in here with a squirter and you're squirting around the edges, it's going to soak through the paint on the corners and just mess it up. You do not want these dudes getting happy ass with each other, okay? If you try to lift that and put it underneath of there. So what I do is I leave the back end when I'm working with metallics. Like so. This way I can come in with my bottle and squirt the back part of it. And if you put something even as light as like a penny underneath the back side, just that little teeny tiny decline will make the moisture start soaking into the area where you have your paints. I tend to get a little bit technically cray-cray with my metallics. I am yeah. I do love a metallic. Here is our little friend, our little palette friend. I'm my palette buddy. He got a new paint job. He was playing with me in the airbrush booth with the, as you can see, while I was painting Pop's tank. We used the leftovers on him. He's a little black dragon. You know who he is. His eyes are actually painted over. It's okay. We're just getting started, and you can go back for the little tidbits that we gave that were tips. It's just so that you know. We're just now putting. Okay, notice the difference, you guys. See, it's my bad. That's my fault. So, and here's something to learn about the metallics. Okay, look, same company, right? These three colors, I put them out here. They're all three by the same company. One color is not acting right. So is it that I just didn't quite get that? There was just a little bit of metallic left in the bottom. I didn't quite get it shaken good enough. But when you see that, you really should go back to the paint, give it another good shake, try again. Now look, it is a little bit runnier. Notice the way the second blue I put out is acting. I want to get that pink in there too. So the second blue is a little more stable. Now I'm going to check something. Okay, I'm checking for pigment or ink volume in them. Now, what I have to do, I can't really use that for anything because it's going to be inconsistent. So I usually take a paper towel or use it as a base coat. But fair warning, like a recipe, if you use something that you cannot repeat, you won't get it again. Sure, I got everything. All right. So I'm going to pick this up off of here because if I use it as a base, it will be different in some areas. And the only thing I can put in this spot that would be any good might be black. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take a pot. This one's actually not squat enough. I'm going to go, let me go grab a lid, you guys, because I would prefer that I did not. I have had a real moment. There, I've got one. You wouldn't even believe what happened earlier today. I dropped a bottle of makeup there. Okay. And what that's going to be is absolutely 100% pretty much all the time. Working with blue, what do we got to have? Payne's Gray. Making a shadow, what does the captain need? Payne's Gray. So it's a little bit bigger container than I usually use, and that's a lot of ink right there. I'm just saying, I got excited. Okay. So we did find some pink. Now let's see about this other pink. I already got the purple out, and this blue, and this pink. Oh, you did. It's gonna, whoops, sorry guys. It is going to be absolutely stunning, Pop. Thank you so much for popping in. It is gonna be stunning. The concepts that we went over and what we had. And I think I chose wisely for the person to walk me through. It's my first tank. So I think I chose very wisely for who to seek information from. Now this one's a little thicker. I can feel it. Okay, this is more of a coral. Let's see if it's even good now. See, it's more orange. You can kind of see. So it's more orange than it is pink. I don't even know if those two will go well together. Now, mind you, these are a little bit more pearl, these colored ones, than they are technically metallic. Now, you can make a color of metallic by simply taking silver or gold and adding ink to it. I actually don't have any, if I had, wait a minute. Now the problem with pink is, yeah, that's too red. The problem with establishing pink is that if you think about it, right? Pink is generally red and white. Now, this is a liquid pigment that's in the bubblegum crisis. It's a liquid pigment, but this actually turns pretty gold when you use it because the metallic that's in it is heavily gold. And it's maybe got a little magenta pearlescence in it too. So pink is it's a pretty difficult one when you think about it. So now I don't believe I'm going to need the thrash metal color, but this black metal, this is black metal. It's a nice deep gunmetal. And I don't know if we will actually need that one. What you are going to need, whatever you're painting, depending on the hue, is you will need a nice silver, because silver really makes good highlights, and you will need a couple of nice deep inks that match your project. So in this case, I've got Payne's Gray because we're painting some blue, and it is highly possible, I mean, interestingly enough, shadowing on pink is actually a little bit of a bluish shadow. So it may work quite well to get actually Payne's Gray may even be the answer. Another option, I don't think I have another gray that is ink. I'm ordering some. Let me take a peek over here and see what I've got. We do need a really bright silver. And when you buy your inks, very important, when you buy your acrylic inks, don't buy shiny. Okay. Shiny, this is super, what happened to the, I wanted to show you guys there we go. So I also have these colors by, Monument Hobbies, and this is a metallic medium, and this is a dark silver, which is actually kind of like a black. Now, mind you, you can just take black ink. You gotta be clear the ink you're using, right? But you can take black ink and you can add black ink to silver, and you can get a color that's similar if you just don't add too much. Yes, dark silver is really nice. Now, I don't know how these colors, I've never mixed these metallics with other families of metallics. So we're also about to see, like, how do those guys go together? But the metallic medium, this is like a white metallic you can get from a number of companies. Not really even a white metallic. It's more like a pearlescent metallic. Works really good for highlights. Okay. So we're going to, and then the other thing too is that just keep in mind, right? We really, in the shadows, we don't need to have metallic in our shadows, because you're not going to see a whole lot of the metallic in the shadow. It's better to just go over the shadow with some other glazing color to create the shadow, so that you sort of mute the metallic portion of it. It does not completely get rid of the color. What it does is it makes like a matte filter on it. It's like the difference between the glossy varnish and the matte varnish. It's the same concept. When you get into those shadows, we don't want a whole lot of super crazy shiny metallic, because all that's going to do is make your miniature look super confusing. Yes. Yes, I own them. Useful. Thank you very much. I do own their transparents. I do like Monument's line of transparents very much. They have a lot more pigment in them than like say Army Painter. The Army Painter clears, but Reaper Clear and Monument Clear are very different. Reaper Clear, you guys, is a lot like an ink. Okay. And actually, Reaper Clear falls in the top 15 for inks to be used on miniatures. Not going to remember that article, but it is. I think the top 3, $1 Rowney is the top 1. I think under $1 Rowney is Liquitex, and I think after that is... not even remembering. You know what? I'm going to tell you something right now. Interesting fact. You might want to know this. Because gel paint, right? Gel paint. So this thing called Speed Metal by Scale 75. Hang on. I'm about ready to pop this out and we'll see. Okay. So Speed Metal by Scale 75 is probably one of the highest notes in silver I've ever put out on my palette. Super high note on silver. Okay, it's like almost it's actually got a little bit of warmth to it. The Metallic Medium by Procryl is cold. It has the ever so smallest amount of what looks to me like blue, but actually it's white. The Speed Metal is actually the highest end of gray. Oh, yeah, I don't have that one yet. That's actually the only one that I don't have yet. Useful. That's on my list of things to get, because I do love me some white ink. You do Aspire. Okay, well, I know that Dave was the one that told me, would you just use your Scale 75s? You're going to love them. You're going to love them. No. I didn't like them. Well, at the time, though, the reason I didn't like them was because there was a thing about, for me, I was compulsive wet blender, and I really love my metallics, and I could not get them to do the blending. I mean, the rubbing. And Dave's like, just try them. You're going to love them for blending. And then eventually I decided to try them, and I was like, oh, and they turned out to be a really, really good blending paint. And now that I do all these crazy useful, thank you very much for that follow. Now that I do all these crazy ass tiny little lines and blending, you know, I'm going to call it the master stroke. That's what I'm going to call it. I said it. Somebody tag that. I mean, somebody key that for me. The master stroke. You know, we're going to get a little bit more black on this. I like it. So when I'm working with the metallics, we're going to work on this with colored metallics. But when I'm working on metallics generally, I do my piece black. Metallics really love to be over black. When I was in the vehicle industry and we were going to do a really intense chameleon job, Color Shift Paint is what they called the automotive version of chameleon is what they called the automotive version of Color Shift. And we would always get this really velvety, matte black primer going before we started. And then before we would put the the color shift on if it was a really, really soft color. Thank you very much, Sel, for that follow. If it was a really soft color, we would actually start with a spray of a metallic that was a lighter tone than the one we were working with. What worked really good was usually a silver, unless we were going with warm tones for some reason. Pascal, hey! And yet another master shows up. They all be like, look, we all thought we'd go see the captain. And I was like, that's because the captain has the rum. If she didn't drink it all. All right, this guy now. Yeah, this worked out really good to do this in here. In these blades, if you find that you get one of these, you guys, and you can't, get in there with the airbrush, just get you a long old brush. And I think I got like all the way back in there for the most part. I make sure I get the roof of his mouth. Not that we're really going to see in there, but we'd rather see a shadow than you would gray plastic, right? There we go. That guy's drying. Now let's see about this guy's last portion here that we got to do on the inside. Sorry, I was off camera there. Get the inside of his jaw. And then you just want to make sure that you're using a primer. Okay, I do not recommend getting excited with, say, like Vallejo primer and slapping it on with a brush. I haven't had good luck with it, but hey, you know what? I'm just discovering that there's some things I don't have good luck with that other people have really good luck with. Living the mad life, that's right. Ooh, that sounds delicious. Why is the rum always gone? You know what, Gore? Probably because Captain did it. Pretty good, pretty good. All right. So lastly but not least, let's see, I actually feel like the Payne's Gray is really going to be the cure shadow-wise. Now, what I'm going to do is there's going to be areas that I'm going to want a wee bit more volume. And I do feel, I have to see if I have a deep enough, put this over here, a deep enough red family to get what I want out of it. Let me see, I've got these, nope, those are candy inks. I've got these intensity inks by, because there's too much cadmium in the red. Actually, you know, it might really just be that the tiniest bit of pigment. Let me check my purple family. I want the red because it's complementary. I feel as though, you know what? So I've got one of these candy inks. Now these, intensity inks. These I do not put, like the ink. I don't put that straight on my palette because it leaks through and completely stains your sponge. And if you look at my sponge, you can see the stains through it. I forgot to put my backdrop on it today. Hello, Cookie. How you doing? And so I have these little receptacles for it. And it needs a little pokey guy. I will go that route because it works a lot better. Because I just don't like, did you see, did you guys get to experience my sponge? Uh-oh. That could be exciting. Let's not do that. So you don't want to clean your sponges if you have a red grass palette. I had got ink, and you know what removes ink is alcohol, right? And I got ink all over my last one. See, it stained it, right? And so I took alcohol, I put it in the sink, and I dumped alcohol on it to clean the ink out, and this is what happened. It just immediately ate it. Like it melted. It melted it. So you don't want to clean your sponge from red grass with alcohol. It's a bad idea. However, what I have been finding that works really, really good is just regular old dish soap. Works amazing. But the ink stains don't really come out I'm going to assume I probably shouldn't bleach it either. Yep. But I think what even works better than Dawn dish soap is antibacterial hand soap. Like comes in big jugs, pretty inexpensive. Antibacterial hand soap. It seems to really get a lot of the color out. But I'm assuming that there's probably some alcohol in that, so you should, it might have been the amount of alcohol. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I did dump like 90% just raw alcohol, rubbing alcohol right out of the bottle. Scale model, do you know a little bit? Yes, they're a product that we're actually having developed right now, and that is where I got my inspiration from. Yes, it is. I have a pretty large piece on my back. I don't like to put them out on my palette. We have some of these being developed as well. This one's a very, very warped and whatnot, but we've got a fellow that we're talking to right now about creating a 3D file for us. Yes, so you have to be careful, right? Exactly how much it has, I would think. The one I'm using is probably fairly low in the alcohol department, but boy, does it clean it really good. All right, this little guy is going to kind of hang out over here. And we didn't get any of this black out. Now, and I'm not even entirely sure that the black is totally necessary because we've got the Payne's Gray, and you can mix the Payne's Gray right into your metallic color and make it darker. So basically that's what it is different colors of pigment mixed in there. I did put the silvers out over here so that I could show you like mixing a pigment in. I need that's what I'm thinking. I need somebody to create me the STL file scale. I have a couple of designs. I'm going to put this one over here on the back. Now, sometimes these monument paints with this lid can be a little bit crazy. All right. And then what I really want is I just want to show you with the Vallejo, just regular old Vallejo. Let me find her. I know I have just a regular old Vallejo silver over here. All right. And what was that intensity ink I came over with? Was magenta? Magenta intensity. Put that in there. Okay, let's try a different color intensity. Let's go with, is that blue? Let's go with blue. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to actually look at this. So I think that in the case of all right, so we're gonna allow texture to this. I should have chose a oh wait, hold on a minute. Oh, but it won't be able to show the color. That part won't be able to show the color. Okay, that is texture. I need to get some of those boards, the white ones and black ones. Okay, this will be our black. Hello, Karu. Hello. Oh my God, Buggy. How are you, honey? Is it still, could you please, Hatter, could you message Geeking Out Gaming for me? He has it on upstairs, but he told me he was going to go upstairs and change it, and apparently that didn't happen. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We're not having a date night. Okay. I'm going to take a little bit of silver. Right? Just plain old silver. I'm going to turn off this light for a second because we got, oops, sorry, guys. Hopefully I can get that. Oh, there she is. Back lined up. Oh, now you guys are going to tell me it's crooked. Here we go. Here we go. No, not that. Don't do it, you guys. I'm serious. Are you going to make me all... Okay. All right. Now, I've got a little bit of Green Stuff World. It has been forever, Do Buggy. It has been forever. No, I know, right? Okay, okay. Wait, did we get it right? Okay, we're good. So this is Intensity Ink. Oh my God, Dave. This is Intensity Ink by Green Stuff World. A little bit goes a super long way, you guys. Like, holy shit, right? Okay. I even like this little drop is going to be probably too much right there. In this case, I use this one too much for regular painting, so we're going to So now your metallic is in just a moment. That's going to dry. While that's drying, we'll take a little bit of this plain silver and we'll put this plain silver over that there and let that dry. I'm going to use the Intensity Ink Magenta. So we're using both Intensity inks over here. Okay, so here you've got, we can get it all the way up to the silver with just the smallest amount of blue in it. And that's like making your own, okay? It's going to take a minimum of 3 layers to cover it and make it look really good. Now over here we've got the magenta, and again, we're just mixing this with regular old ordinary metallic. Silver. Okay. Hard to see in those lights. Let's get that. There we go. You're going to have to get at least 3 layers to cover your black, but you can see the gradient, right? But the best part of the whole thing, we're going to get another layer of this silver here. Let's cover it with silver, and let's say that you just paint your whole model. You don't even want to hassle with all that mixing and that gradient. So just paint your whole model silver. Is Jakey in here? Jakey, are you in here? All right. That one's got to dry. Now we can kind of actually, let me get a little bit more silver, and I can actually get that 3 coats on. Okay. The object here is that you will, now mind you, it's got to be ink. It's got to be ink, an ink of some type. It's got to be clear. If it's not clear, then you're not going to get the same thing going on. Okay. So once you get 3 coats of it, it really starts to cover. Needs a little bit more on its highlight right there. It starts to cover. But you can see the gradient in it. There you go. That's a good perspective for the gradient. Right? Now, if you were just painting the model, airbrushing it, if you airbrushed over the black with your metallic, you'd probably get like a much better coverage for your first coat. The other thing you can do is put your first coat on and then wash the whole model, or use a shit, I forgot what those paints are called again. Darn it, Dave. Those new paints that GW came out with, just completely brain farted. Brain went gone. Yeah. Which ones are you looking for, Scale? Useful. My recommendation, now, not intensity inks, no. Regular inks, we can, hold on. Hang on real quick, you guys. Let's use green. Let's use green. So, regular inks, some regular inks. Now, understand that an acrylic ink, right, dries water resistant, okay? Some of them actually waterproof. Now, in the case of, hold on just a minute. I'm going to see if the blackboard is available. Let's see if the blackboard is available. I really do need something far superior than this to be able to, I was thinking actually something that I regularly paint over and over and over and over and over again. All of my blackboards are missing, honey. What'd you do with my blackboards, honey? It's a good doggo. Such a good baby. Yeah, you're good. Here, we're gonna use the top of this box because this box is black. And then when we paint the black over it. So some inks reactivate. You've got to do a protective seal. You got to do a protective seal. Who just asked me that question? Useful. Scale. Was it useful? Scale. Yeah. Useful. It's a really, really good idea to have a protective seal to do with an airbrush, or even thinning it and doing it with a brush if you're working with something that is not going to stand up to it. For example, if you are working with Ghost Tint by Badger, I recommend to everybody that you do, once you've worked with it, that you do a light seal to protect it. Now, what's interesting is the different concepts on color. So it does not come out the same on all things. Black is helping me to help you to be able to see it better. Yeah, so some of them, so like Intensity ink, I don't know. I haven't actually done any clear coats with Intensity ink and then gone over with a brush. So, there's a couple of places in the United States. Is everybody looking again, Dave? Are they looking for the Chimera paints? Definitely. But then again, like, yeah, Jakey's, he's usually got it. Yeah. Yeah. So if you're looking for the Chimera paints, Jakey a lot of times will if you just let him know the captain sent you, you're going to get a discount. Okay. Use the code Captain Madlove, right? You get a discount. And oftentimes, he has where you can set up for a pre-order so that when they come in, then he automatically sends them out to you. But he just doesn't do that like in general. He doesn't tell everybody in the whole out there, oh yeah, pre-order. But sometimes, now the non-metallic metal set, for me, I feel like it's a super good tool for people learning non-metallic metal. I have it on my desk and I've used it. So we're going to let this dry. Let me take a really quick bio, you guys. I'll be right back. When this dries, what we're going to do is I'm going to paint some of the metallic on there. And then I'm going to show you how you can just tint the metallic itself. But what this is doing, and I'm just going to use a regular ink for the next one. So you guys can see, like, the Intensity ink is almost made for it. The other one is the Reaper Clears work really good, and the P3. Just like freaking crazy. When you buy this kind of ink, okay, you're buying ink in a bottle. You want acrylic, not watercolor, and not, hold on, what was the other one I ran into just recently? Not alcohol. So not watercolor, not alcohol, but there's one more. Is it alkyd? Resin? I think it's alkyd. Now the oils, go to my YouTube and watch the beginner oil. The reason is it's 15-minute video, and it's so that people can reduce their cost getting involved with oils. Oils can be extremely expensive. So you have options. You can buy really cheap oils and be able to afford everything. Or you could buy expensive, super good, highly pigmented, high quality oils, and you can do it the way I did it. I mean, I have a lot of oils in my studio, but the reason I went out and did that for you guys was so that you could see how inexpensively you could actually buy super high quality oils. The only thing that you will need, and I do say that in the video. No, Dave, but we're about to, because I've got this magenta here and we're about to, although my theory on this is that adding chimeras and metallics together, that not all of them will work. So like, I don't know if you could do that with yellow or yellow ochre, but I think, or iron oxide, but I do think that you could probably do it with magenta, Platho green, probably both of the blues, So we can try. But the point is that in making your own metallics, you've got you need pure liquid ink style pigment, or powder. You could use powder pigment. I do not know if I have. I think you can also use candies. Want to try? Here's a candy. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you can use candy. I haven't actually mixed it. I'm pretty sure that'll work because it works in the car industry. It works. So we can give that a try. Now this one looks to me like it might have some opacity to it. That's why I wanted to try it. This is a very specific color though. This is the chiffon green and it's made to look velvety. So this one might actually not work. The yellow will turn into gold. Okay. So, and then I want to bring something up. I'm going to bring something up really quick to show you guys. Let me go here because I want to show you. So one of the things I want you to understand is deciding, you need to decide for yourself when you are doing metallics. We're talking metallic, as in paint, metallic paint, not a metallic effect. I am talking about using colored metallic paint. Okay, colored, not silver, I guess gold technically would be a color because it's sort of yellow, but mostly I'm talking about like colors of the rainbow colors. Okay, so I'm not really talking about black, silver, bronze, gold. So not the warm earth family tones, but more along the, red, blue, green, yellow, these type of things. Okay, let's see. Let me go to a place where I have a picture that I saved for you guys because I want to show you the huge number of ways that you can approach this, and some of them are not even on the page. We are going to go for a pinch and a two. And not all the pages. We just want that black one right there. And we're going to go done and download. And hopefully that'll pop up in a place where I can find it. Oh no, scale. It belongs to scale 75. I mean, Camera. Although scale 75 is pretty nice too. All right, now I just got to figure out where she would want to put a download for me. Let me see. What is it called? Let's check it out. What does it say it is? This doesn't have a name. Oh, yes, it has a name. Go to the home. Go to all the designs. Okay, so we're going to search for that. Okay. Or maybe we just look under downloads. Hang on, you guys. I want to find this for you. I did this. Okay. We shall click here. Did it send it to Geeks Desk? Boo. Here. Hang on. Gotta check the Geeks Desk. Ah. All right. I found it, which is pretty cool. Hang on just a second. Um, and then I will take this here. And if everything goes right in a perfect world, I will change to this one. And apparently I have to downsize it a wee bit. No, let me see. No, it doesn't want to play. Come on. I don't want it to cut that. I want it to, well, it's not letting me go. Hold on. Let me see if I take it back over here. No, it still won't let me do it. Well, darn. Hold on. It disappeared. This one? Damn it. Taiwanese? You are you quite fluent? Okay, hold on. Let me see. Maybe if I do this. No, it's not cooperating with me in the fashion in which I would really like it to. Hold on. Why won't it scroll out? It was small a minute ago. Dang it. Okay. Well, darn. I know, right? Seriously. Okay. I will be right back. I'm going to leave that up there for a minute for you guys to take a look at. This is nice and dry for when I come back. I have to go take a really quick bio, and I'm going to click the dog shut in this so that she doesn't do anything crazy. That's right. Look, I can lock you away now. I'll be right back. You wait. You have to wait for a minute. Yeah, I know. You have to wait. Oh my God, these are so hard to get open. You said no, nobody will be stealing you really quickly, huh? I didn't find them here. Okay. Tiny, tiny little piece. Good for you. I know. I noticed that he was cooking your chicken too. Okie doke. Now, what I wanted to talk to you about on this picture is there are many ways that you guys can utilize to, uh-oh, did you guys just crash? You guys just crashed on me, huh? Can you hear me? I just lost everybody. I just hope it's maybe just me and not you. No? Let me see. I'm gonna go find Dave. Oh, Solway. Here's Samini. Let me find Dave. Can you guys still hear me? You probably can on Discord. Well. I think this is an OBS crash, but I don't know if that would mean that, and no sound. There you are. Oh, Karu, you can see and hear me. You can. Oh, wait. Hold on just a minute. You can see me and hear me. Huh. Okay. Well, well, okay. But everything just like crashed over on my end. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, it over on my side, everything went black. Tape. Hang on. I thought I did something really, really weird there for a second. Hold on. Hold on, guys. I'm looking for the picture on Geek's computer. So he has one monitor from my computer over at his desk. It is still not wanting to, oh my God, it just does not want to do what I want it to do. Okay, well, that is what it is. I guess we just have to deal with it this way. Okay, so I'm just gonna have to manually monitor pair. I know the monitors were on. They had everything else on them, but you guys, it just was all of a sudden it just went. It went really, really quiet over there. Okay, so I brought this up so that I could show you guys. These are our, you know, as you can see, drawings. Every one of these is a depiction of a metallic metal. The spiral may be a little bit more like NMM. The rest of these are a metallic effect. And why I wanted to show them to you is because you can create the metallic effect like the chain is lighting. And the little, I guess that would be a star of some sort, is kind of a lighting situation. This leaf, the blue leaf, is a lot more silver in it, and they're using a lot more glitter to get their effects, and they're not using the deep dark shadows like the ones that utilize the lighting. Notice the orange is the same. Most of your shadows are in the orange tones or brown tones. On the blue, you've got gray tones and blue tones. And then the other thing that that I did was, don't touch the top with that. If you touch the top, it's bad news. Can't even see the heart. See? Wait, hold on. Does it let me do that? Can I do that? Oh, no. No, it's not even cooperating. It's totally not. Okay. All right. So the balloon, that is a utilizing metallic just the same way as you see that balloon, the way it's done. Really, most of it is about lighting in your color choices. The 4, the heart, but the other thing I wanted to show you, the green gas can, the other thing that I wanted to show you was that utilizing cell shading, you can create a metallic effect with your metallics, okay? That is, it's gonna look a little more tied together than like say the gas can does because it's gonna be all metallic. But by taking your inks in there and flat colors and going back over the areas that create the deeper, darker shadows, you're gonna get that cell shaded effect. The purple shield that's down here is more of a gradient that's softer. Now, the gold is non-metallic metal. That would be more of a non-metallic metal type of an effect. You can do that with metallics, but if you're just looking about utilizing them like right now, probably the 4, the balloon, and the heart are going to be the easiest for you because of how they're done. The 4 really depicts to you quite clearly going from the light upper rounded edge to the low shadow. And putting inks in the shadow will make them matte and it will bring it down like that. The heart is like a play on the eyes. So it sort of looks like a dented cake pan to me, right? But it gives a metallic effect to the object, especially when you're using metallics. Okay, and all of these are done with a metallic, like, not the can. The can is not done in a metallic brush, but the rest of them are. Now, the swirly can be done in the little spring. It can be done in both. That could be cell-shaded non-metallic metal. It can also be cell-shaded metallic metal because some of the paint used in that is metallic and some of the paint used in that is matte. The balloon doesn't have very much depth, but definitely is doing what a balloon should. Bye, Scale Model. Thank you so much for popping in. Thank you so much for popping in. Oh, I don't really need these right now. But I will, so I'm leaving them right there where I can find them. Yes, enjoy the food. Enjoy the food. All right, so what I had wanted to show you here was what we had determined here is that you can mix the ink into the metallic into the ink. I find that the intensity ink really works good on this. Okay, but what I would like to do is I would like to take some of the silver, just the plain old Vallejo. And sometimes when I'm doing this, I even will go as crazy far as to prime my model in metallic. Now, the reason for that is because of the very, very smooth, as you can see, you start getting some space around this and you end up with brush strokes. But you actually can't see that in the light. The other thing we were going to do was see if we were able to mix the silver with multiple different mediums and see if we get colored metallic. Now, one of the reasons that I recommend going the ink route is because the gradient that I showed you with all the things on the piece of paper, you are able to do with the inks to transition your colors. We're going to try the Chimera. Oh, she got excited. I don't like to waste magenta. It's like my favorite of all the paints. But when I open these, if I'm not paying attention to how hard I'm squeezing, it ends up all over the place. Be patient, Hammy. It'll happen. He's probably in a meeting. Thank you guys for helping me fix the problem. Or letting me know that there wasn't one. Either way, I didn't have to interrupt Geek, which is always really nice. Okay, now this is this paint is pretty lethal, so this is a lot on this brush. But let's see what happens. We're going to mix one of the Chimera pigments with the metallic. And we are going to get magenta metallic paint. Actually, this was my first choice to utilize as the pink. And it's beautiful. Let's see, let's get it in an angle for you guys. There you go. Now, granted, you're going to need a couple of coats and a little brush work to get your brush strokes out of there. You know, you would want to be thin layers. You'd want to be thin layers. Okay. Now, let's see. I was actually, what was I doubting? The yellow. Let's see. Damn it. Same thing with the yellow. Must be warm in here today. Sometimes they'll do that if I haven't had them out in a minute. Oh, I don't want to use that same brush either. All of these haven't been in the metallics yet. So that being said, right? It's really beautiful. It looks a lot more white when you're looking at the light straight on. See? Okay, the yellow, because of the way that yellows are made, is the one that I doubted. And you can test them by letting the light shine on them and then turning them sideways. So the answer is that because of the purity of the pigment in the Chimeras, it looks like you're pretty much able to do that. And that's it does look metallic. Like when I'm looking at it, it definitely, see? All right, then we were going to try this green one here. I wanted to see. Oh my gosh, yeah, the tiniest bit of Chimera goes the longest way. Also, the bottles are not really user friendly. I recommend when you're going to open them, squeeze the sides this way, like toothpaste going back in. so that when you open it, it doesn't explode everywhere. But to be honest, like I could just put my brush in that little part right there on, and it would be enough to completely stain it. All right, so this one is an ink. We're going to just steal this metallic from here. And I was wondering about this one because of how velvety smooth it is. Oh my God, it's beautiful. Oh wow. That really works good. That's that one actually, you guys can get that one is so that's what this green turned into. And you can get these, this one's all messed up, but you can get these in the UK. Okay. And then we already did the intensity ink. Here's the this is golden. This is this is transparent fluid acrylic. You can get these at the bigger art stores. They are like ink in many ways. It is pure pigment. I guess I should probably grab out a Reaper so we can give that one a test too. These also a little bit goes a long way. Yeah, that's how Dave does that one. Super intense colors. That might be too much. I think that's too much. About half that. Well, I guess it depends on how much color you want in your. This is more of a red metallic. The answer is yes, it's very metallic. Now, of course, in order to make these correct, you'd have to do 2 coats of each one, maybe 3. Okay, so okay, that's the one by Golden. Let's grab our Reaper. Let's see, you got a Reaper Clear Blue, Reaper Clear Blue. I guess in all fairness, we should do P3. And what is it even possible that I could not have scale 75? The scale 75 make a line of clear, you guys. Is it even possible that I missed that when I bought everything by them? Let me see. Let's see. Oh yeah, we've got this one by the Ghost Tint. Let's go with Midnight Blue on the Ghost Tint. And the P3s, we'll do purple. We don't want to do muddy. Blue, green, purple. Okay. Platho. Is that Reaper? Oh, okay. Yep, I found it. Good evening, Benz. Has it been Bands? How you doing? Okay, here's Platho Blue. That's the clear. Yes. Thank you for joining us. We are playing. We're conducting an experiment right now to see about colored metallics. We're playing with colored metallics. Okay, so there's your blue, and then when you turn it sideways, it's really blue. Did I freeze? Do I have an ugly look on my face? If I did, I probably froze. Yeah, it has been a minute. How are you? This is P3. So that's the Reaper right there. This is P3. I'm using purple on the P3. The answer is, oh yeah. So the P3 is a good ink. I think the P3 might actually be ink, you guys. It responded very similar to that green that is ink. I think this might actually be like for real, like just total ink. Yeah, that it works really good on that. I think the intensity ink is probably one of the best. Let's try the oh, this one's not open. Let's not do that. Okay, hold on. I had green, magenta, orange, yellow, plasma fluid. Let's try the orange. See, is this one open? Yeah. It's gonna be more like a golden yellow probably. This is the Badger Ghost Tint. That actually seems to love metallic. That went together really smooth. Now, the other thing about this one is how it covers metallic. Yeah, that went together really smooth. Okay, so it's a more golden yellow than the first yellow that we used. So, the P3. All right. So, on all of these, as you what I want you to notice about all of them, okay, so in making little puddles of these, right, is the P3 is the only one that's separated. This is not. It cannot, you cannot put a lot the way that it is made. It needs to be, can't be quite as thin as the others. We've got to put a little bit more of the metallic medium in it to get it to stabilize. There we go. So it needed more metallic medium. We have to mix the color a little bit thinner. The medium, so ink you use very small amounts, but the medium that is in the Reaper and the Badger and the intensity ink, though, it really, the intensity ink and the regular ink really set up well. So I would think that those are going to probably be my first two choices that I would use. But the other thing is, so like the Reaper, for example, you've got this color, and what I wanted to show you is like this Platho blue. You can make your Metallica color just by glazing over it with, as long as the color you're using is not matte. Now this is where regular inks, when you buy them, the other thing is brush strokes. So if it's not self-leveling and it doesn't have a medium, see, you're going to need a couple coats. But do you see, that's the Platho blue by Reaper. It's got a medium in it. And so it's going to do that. And then the intensity inks, they are more like a traditional ink. So when they go on more like a nice thin ink. And so it's kind of a different effect. You got to build it up. Tiny thin layers, okay? But you can make metallic. But now if it dries matte, then that's where the issue kind of comes in. So you got to go back in with like a satin varnish or a satin medium to correct it, because if it's matte when it dries, then it'll end up messing up your metallics. Yeah, no, it just needed more metallic medium, Karu. It's more like it's very powerful, but it's extremely thin ink. So it's more like a traditional ink. Then you can also take traditional ink, and again, you want to have the smallest amount that you glaze over. Now, traditional ink, you're going to need a couple of coats, and then again, we're going to come back to that part where you can also mix colors. That's glazing. But in order to get it smooth, you've got to have just the right brush strokes. And I recommend a little bit of medium really does help. See the line, right? A little bit of medium really does help. So even if it's like, the cuttlefish makes a really good, but it dries matte. Okay. So I probably would go with Liquitex Satin as the medium because I know it's going to be really nice and clear, and I know it's going to be satin, and it's not going to kill my my metallic. The metallic has more of a satin finish to it than it does an actual gloss. So let's see. I only have the matte and the other on my desk. Now the other one that we were working with was a golden. I'm fairly certain that golden has a little opacity in it. Not all of them. If you get the one that's perfectly clear, but you're going to see when it goes on how it covers. So this is the transparent. And so this may not be your first choice for coloring over your metallic to get colors because it's, see what it does? You see how it's like, you just don't get, by the time that you get all your brush strokes worked out and your layers in there. Now, you could mix it with a little bit of medium and get it to just really thin out. You want this real thin layers that you want to do. And to get those brush strokes out, you're going to have to lay it on thin and do multiple layers. Use a nice brush with a nice smooth stroke. And you got to work those layers out. Okay? Well, you can still kind of see the ones from underneath. Now, the one that really does this like freaking rocks my socks. In fact, I'll use a color you guys can see better. Let's use a green. So this color really, there's something about these when they go over metallics, I don't know, it's almost like they're just designed for it in a way. But, and there's a lot of things this will do, but again, this is the one that you want to seal. Oh, wait. That's, I almost did a really bad example there. Okay, I'm like, oh, that does not look right. Okay, never mind that. That's actually paint. That would have been a mess. Here's the magenta. Of course it's magenta. Sorry about that. I almost made a boo-boo. Okay, so it's almost like these are designed for this. I'm not sure what their deal is, but you want to seal. If you get the badgers, you want to seal when you're done. Because they don't like to be messed with when they're setting up. Now you can cover colors. I'm going to go to each end and cover the color and cover the color. They're kind of designed for this, I think. It might be one of the things that they were thinking when they designed them. Now you can see that this one here has a little more opacity to it. So you're getting more of a red, right? We can take, I would definitely like to test that. Oops. So strong. You're so powerful, my dear. See if we can do a thin glaze over it. I mean, we can mix it with it. Perhaps we can do the glaze over it. It's actually paint. It's Chimera. So at one angle, you've got magenta, your light angle. Now, again, you got to do 2 or 3 coats to get all those sections out of there. And then, so probably because it's like ink, the P3 would go over really good and cover as well. The intensity ink, I think, is, if I was going to go over it, that might be one of my first choices too. It's really, man, that intensity ink is something, isn't it? Yeah, so As you can see, there's many, many different products. Like if you're doing it this way, there's a lot of ways to go. You've got a lot of choices. You can mix them. You can glaze them. Okay. It's up to you. Just remember that certain products, when you're picking out your inks to do it, some don't like to be brushed over. Like you might be able to lightly airbrush over it. You might be able to do an airbrush coat, you know, because it's different than dragging the brush all over it. But you want to make sure that you read whether or find out whether or not those are going to be applicable to be able to be using the paintbrush over them. Otherwise, in the thinner places, it will lift your paint and then you'll have those nasty rings and nobody wants those. And that, my friends, is a lot of metallic. So really, you probably have metallic hanging out on your desk without even having to buy metallic paint that's in color. You know what I mean? Unless you specifically want the, like if you look over here on my palette, you'll see I have a coral. Let's just grab a little bit of that. This is really different than a lot of what we have. It's and this is more of a pearl-like paint, but it does have a metallic effect to it. But it's pink with a little bit of orange in it. And so sometimes a company will make a color that you specifically like already in the metallic or the pearl. There's nothing wrong with having extra paint. I'm just saying. All right, let's set that aside. Hang on just a minute. Oh, my phone's not down here. It's potty time, you guys. Hang on just a second. I've got to take her upstairs really quick. I'll be right back. I apologize, but we got to do what we got to do for the pup. And then we're gonna put these away. We're gonna come back to this guy, and we're gonna paint colored metallic paints over a colored object. Now what I will do I'll put it back on Love Gallery so that you can study these cell shades and see how it, and reference art. Reference art. You're so good. Yeah. Wait, wait. Wait. Wait, wait. You get so excited about chicken, it's not even a joke. Say land ho. What? Land ho. Say it. Ooh. Land ho. Land ho. Louder. Woof. Land ho. Land ho. Say it loud. No, say oof. Say oof. Land ho. Land ho. Land ho. Good. Yeah, you took a little nap now. My back is feeling better to me. Good girl. And you've got water and you've had yours, so. All right, let's go back to the home screen. All right, I'm gonna get my little brush here because this guy is pretty small. And we are going to not do that. Oh, what did you get on you? Was it paint? Oh, good. It was just water. I was like, no. All right. So this little guy here, I've already got his base colors down. I left a lot of areas on him black because it was going to come in with bronze to repair them. But right now, we're just strictly going to address these areas that are pink and are blue. We're not even going to worry about this center thing. I totally messed that up. In fact, I really ought to just paint that whole thing over. Sometimes there's areas that don't work in to what you're doing correctly. Now, I don't know about you. You can just paint over it. This is true. I sometimes like to take my canvas back if it's early enough. Now, Samini is teaching me to, not do this if I am already invested, with a few layers, that I can bring it back around another way. So what I've decided then is that the ones that perhaps I haven't really invested a lot of time in it, and there's no real need for that color to be there in reference to even blocking in. And I just come back and take back my real estate. And this way also, it kind of gives me another chance at it. But if I've already painted to the point, like say he was 50% done, then that would not be the choice of what I would do. I think that somebody looks at it like, well, I painted my way in, so now I need to paint my way out. Okay. I'm going to take this one and we're going to address the pink and the blue. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to thin it, all right, nice and thin. Right now, I'm going to use the Bubblegum Crisis on this, and I'm going to use thin layers. I've already got it blocked in a color, but what you're going to see happen when I do this is you're going to see this color turn to metallic pink. And yes, the very first layer, I will actually, not the deepest, darkest shadows, but maybe secondary shadows, I will actually go ahead and cover the shadows with the first layer. If it's a real dark shadow, like up between his legs, and it's going to just look really weird or something, then I won't. These are thin layers. I want them to be thin because the basing that I've done, in my case, I would like it very much if the basing that I've already done kind of shows through, because as you can see, I put some highlight time into that and a little shadow time into that. I really like my miniature to have, when I'm going in with the metallics, I actually like to have a certain amount of the base coat colors that are going to be my undercolors already done. So this turned out to be a really good request. This was actually Hatter that reached out to me about colored metallics. Oh, now she's going to spill the water in there. Hold on. You are. You're going to put your blanket right in that water, aren't you? Drink in a minute. You're good for now. You've had a drink and you've had chicken. Now, as I go to the darker side, I want to make sure that I don't just like get any globs or a whole lot of metallic. You really want that metallic to be thin. You want to make sure not to just like completely obliterate what little shadows you have built. And mind you, this is just one way. And this is the very, very first time I think that I've actually done the colored metallics for everybody on a live stream. All right, we got these two panels here in his groin area. And I'm thinning it just like you would normally thin your paints. Maybe even, you know, like if you were doing a glaze or maybe a little OSL. Anybody who may have taken a class in that knows you got to have those nice thin glazes. And as we start to do this, you will start to see the metallic take place. We want to try to get all these little pink areas, and you do also, when you're doing a direction, you aren't going to want brush strokes in your metallics. That kind of looks like lumps, unlike in some other things. I am not going to put any metallic up in that super dark shadow right there. Okay, what I'm going to do is thin it to almost a water where you lose control of the metallics, and I'm just going to put the tiniest bit. I'm going to come back over that shadow, but I'm just going to put the tiniest bit in there just as part of the paint, as in the paint job of the machine. Okay, let's see. We got to get this one. Again, I will make that almost to the point where the paint breaks and just go into that shadow, these deep shadows here, and just put a little bit of paint there. I'm going to hit all the nice pink parts here with this, but I'm glazing into the shadows. I thinned it pretty good. I want to try not to cover all of his little nuts and bolts. You're going to have to go back and catch the pin line, maybe even the nuts and bolts, you know. It's one of the things. I want to make sure I got all areas. Now we'll check there. I can see one of these back of the arms that I missed here. And then, of course, I want to make sure I get all of the edges up. I didn't get that one on his hip there. Oh, and the dark side, we have cookies. Dark Side Creations is in Alaska, Dave. All right, let's see. Okay, now we're going to go for the blue. And I'm going to choose the, now this cobalt blue here is probably going to be my best bet. I've got like a purpley over here that's a little bit darker that I might take that and pick it up and put it in the shadows. But on this one, this cobalt blue is looking pretty good. We want to thin it. Is that the cobalt blue? Let me make sure I'm using the right terms here. That's the, that is the Neptunus blue, sorry. And that is by Green Stuff World. And we are going to do a nice light layer of this over all areas that are blue. Again, being a nice thin layer in the areas that might have a shadow, so we don't just completely, you don't want to completely obliterate the shadow, is the object there. Also, it won't obliterate your highlight when you come in, but I'll show you a little trick here in just a minute. As we go in here and we do this, looks like my guy got a little bit of love in here, a bit of pink love on his boots. Now you can totally do on these guys, because they're so square, you can totally do a cell routine on them because all their parts are so well separated that if you wanted to just do like a light blue on one and then a dark blue on another, you could totally capture that effect really easily, I think. Oops. I have to remember this is my second coat, not my first coat. Actually, this might be more like my my fourth. And as I come around these areas that are in the shadows, I just make sure that I'm not killing the shadow. That my blue actually does look a little darker in the shadows than it does on the top. I'm going to come back with pin lining on this, so I'm not really stressing those lines horribly. Now we want to get a nice thin. We could even try that purple. Let's see if that like works into the picture right there. Oh no, see, too thick, and it really. No, I can come back and pick it up. There we go. Okay, worked out okay. And then underneath it here, of course, we're going to thin that a little and come up underneath it here. And there's going to be light that kind of catches this a little bit. Oh my, oh, I was hi, how are you? Oh my God, how are you doing? I was just talking about you. Holy shit, you guys, Dark Side Creations. Oh, thank you so much. My word, are you home? Oh, you made me make a mess. I got blue like all over his groin. Like I just totally spooged the paint in the wrong spot. Oh, thank you so much, Dark Side. Oh my gosh, how are you? Oh, oh my goodness. How was Alaska? How was Alaska? He's like a genie. You say his name and he appears. Thank you so much. Yeah, you guys, seriously, we should have some hype in the channel. I do not have a affiliate program because I chose to go another route, and Dark Side is given to the cause of the, oh my gosh, and you maxed it out, the exhaust fan. Yeah. Yeah, I want to put pictures of the exhaust fan. Look at you go, Dark Side. You should see my penny collection. Yeah, it's getting pretty good. Getting pretty good. Oh my goodness. How was Alaska? You just wanted to say hi. Oh, you're still up there. Oh, that's right. That's right. Oh, now I remember. Now I remember. Oh, that picture you posted was beautiful. I was about to tell everybody that you were in my up there in Alaska, my old stomping grounds, and that you posted a picture in Instagram, and it was so beautiful. I hope you guys are enjoying yourself, Darkside. Thank you so much for popping in. I really appreciate it. Oh my gosh. Wow, man. Wow. Just always blowing my mind, you. And the fishing. Oh my gosh, you guys. So, yeah, he's up in Alaska, taking some time off, and the fishing is so incredible up there. So jello when I saw that picture. I was like, oh my God. I need to go back to Alaska someday. I really do. All right, so again, I'm going into all these areas that are the dark areas, but of his blue, right, with the blue, but I'm really applying it thin in the shadows, okay? Because I just don't want it to become totally overwhelming. Darkside got me all Lulu. And here I'm gonna apply it in the dark areas. And then I'm going to come in with this lighter blue that I have. Back to vacation. Yes. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Darkside. Wow. Super, super surprise. Enjoy the fishing, my friend. Enjoy the fishing. You guys have a great vacation. Thank you so much, Darkside. This is a little bit more of a green blue, but it's a much brighter color that I'm bringing in here right over the darker blue. Okay. Now, I think I missed this pink spot right here. I'm going to finish. This is a much lighter spot, so I don't have to worry about the blocking too much shadow out, because I think I just totally missed that one, as you can see. You're so good to me, Darkside. Thank you. All right. Now you can start to see the metallic. As you look at him, you'll start to see the metallic taking place, right? It's not, now this all depends on how overwhelming you want it to be. Now, mind you, I have made myself, okay, I do need some type. You'll notice we've got gold here. So we're going to have to do a gold. And Dave had told me, actually, once upon a time, Dave had mentioned to me that the P3, is that right? No, it's not that. Maybe it is. Old copper, pure copper. Victorian brass, decayed metal. Dave told me the gold. This looks like yellow ochre, but maybe I'm just wrong about it. I don't actually see the one that is the gold from that metal pack over there, interestingly enough, Dave. Just doesn't look like gold. Is it, Dave, the P3? Now, I know you use a lot of these. Is it Amber Alchemy? Is that gold? It doesn't really look like it through the side. Okay, I guess it is. Yes, you enjoy the shit out of that vacation, man. Deserving, totally deserving. And thank you so much for popping in here. I greatly appreciate it. So the P3 has a color. I mean, Scale 75, that's what I meant. Scale 75 has the color called Moonstone Alchemy. That's one of my favorite metallics, you guys. All right, so I'm gonna do the gold, and then of course the gold is gonna need actually more of a brass, but not really. We'll run with the shadow, the umber later. So I'm gonna take that gold, and I'm gonna come in here on these gold areas. And why does that not look? Hold on, there's something wrong with this. And let me see. Okay, I'm not a fan of that at all. No, I have not ordered those. I have not ordered those yet, Dave, but hang tight for just a second because that is so not right, you guys. It's not matching up. It's not in alignment with what I'm doing here. So I've got to come. I'm going to use the gold from, I got a really intense gold that comes from, there's rich gold, there's white gold, and then that's copper. Here it is. Bright gold. That's what I'm looking for, is white gold and bright gold. It's gotta be the one by we're talking Monument Now. And what I want to know though, I actually don't think I have the metallic from Scale 75. I think I may have missed buying that box. Although I bought everything Scale 75 had, so that surprises me. Okay, so we're going to use bright gold by Scale 75. And we're going to use white gold by Scale 75. Actually, we're going to use a little bit of that moon glow. So the moon glow is super amazing. It's a little less glittery and a little more pearly. Put some of these out here. Watch out now, watch out. Is this one really not open? No, there's no way. I was going to say there's no way. Okay, so these do have an interesting thing that goes on as long as we're here. Okay, we want to move him because this can be a thing. So this is the ball. This happens to mine. And I don't, and this is my, monuments. This is all the pigment. What I can tell you is that if I scooped this out and I put this on the palette, I could really do some crazy metallic rubbing. Okay, then I got to run it back through the mixer again. If these are left to sit for too long, you really got to give them a good mixing. So I'm going to put that on the vortex for a minute. Probably have the same, no, this one I can hear the ball. So if you hear the ball, then you're probably not in trouble. But if you don't hear that ball, then it's possible that it's stuck in all the pigment and the sediment that goes in the paint. Well, I don't know if you call it sediment, but anyway, it's the pigment sediment, yes. Now let's see if, okay, now that sounds a lot better. Ooh, see, still maybe could stand to be just, I wish I had a little, like a rubber band or something to strap it on there and then just let it ride. That would be a lot better. All right, and then this is, so you've got these two silvers over here. We probably don't need this. but this is the color. So if you look at now, if you put this one down on the palette beside the, hold on, I want to make sure I get the right color. It is Speed Metal by Scale 75. Speed Metal actually becomes a medium warm tone in comparison to White Gold by Monument there. All side by side over here, you can see them there. See right there? Look how white. That is the Monument metallic medium. Then we've got over here the Speed Metal by Scale 75, and then over here we've got the White Gold by Monument. You can see that they almost could be a triad for like white metallic metal if you were getting inspirational and wanted to do that, if you were getting inspired. So we're going to take a little bit of that gold, and if I'm not mistaken, that's what we were doing. It might have been bronze on his shoulders and actually not even the gold at all, but this is definitely the gold that I was using here. You can tell that the warmth matches up really good. Now, being as this is a complementary color to your blue, this is actually like a yellow, right? So it's complementary to blue and pink. You want to try to kind of keep it in the lines. And it also tends to have a lot more metallic particulates in it than the colored ones most of the time. So you do want to be a little bit careful about keeping it thin in the shadows, because it can just dominate your shadows pretty seriously. But the other nice thing about that is that there's going to be shadow areas you don't even have to paint again. I'm going to bring some nice deep dark paints in there. Now the gold really covers. So I think that would be something we'd have to be kind of careful with as we were coming in here now. He's got gold on the front of his body in a couple of areas. So my thought was, I got to get those dark stars. My thought was to go ahead and he took a tumble. I see that there. To tie it in on the back somehow. It looks like I've got a bronze that I was using there, but I'm actually feeling like what would really be cool is to just go, although this is in the back, we will come back to it and bring it on down. But I do feel like this would be really cool to bring a little gold onto his back. This is that thing I talk about, playing with your own palette, like, you know, when you're trying to get your balance. What was that noise? Oh, thank you so much for the stream like. The other thing that this is going to do is going to really be cool is, so I haven't developed his points of light, and I'd like very much for him to have an OSL on his back. Is part of my, and if we use this metallic to build this area here in metal, then it's going to make really nice for OSL, because it's metal, and metal just is the most fun to do some OSL goodies on. It'll make for some nice glows. Let's see. Now, I don't want to get inside his armpits, so to speak. I do want to get right across the back here. This little guy connects to his back. So I'd like to get right across there and here. There we go. And kind of tie it in. Then we'll get some bronze out. Now, one of the things you need to consider when you're painting non-metallic metal is how much non-metallic metal are you going to paint, okay? So if you're making something and you're making it with metal, you know, with this metal effect, one of the things is it can be super, super dominating, okay? Like really super. That is not thin enough. These paints like to be thin. When working with the Monument paints, be very careful. If you thin too much, they like to be thin. The metallics do to spread, but if you thin too much, yeah, they just don't operate the same. They break. So that's another reason why with the monuments, you're not going to want a really wet palette. Really appreciate those stream likes, you guys. That really boosts my status. Funny little things like that. Now, one of the things about gold, if you're painting over black, you want to get enough coats to really get good coverage, okay? And not gooey coats with lots of brush strokes in them, but nice smooth strokes, okay? Try to make thin layers and smooth strokes. Metallic can be very unattractive when it's got a whole lot of globby areas. The way to keep away from that is to keep the paint thin, and I do mean but just thin enough so that it's moving around, but when you stop painting, your metallic shouldn't move, okay? So like you shouldn't there, let's really get in there. You shouldn't have metallic swimming to the edge when you put a coat on. Yeah. Now I'm going to clean up everything with some black, like just traditional old matte flat black. So I'm kind of coming in here strong with the gold because we're correcting an area that I didn't like. Okay, now around the neck here, right above that, he's got like a little bit of what looks like the white gold, and I'm going to change it over to this scale 75. Yeah, I got to check and see. I am actually going to go over there and check the suitcase from ReaperCon, Dave, to see if I got those metallics. And then there's it's a slight change in metal. Do you see the difference? So we're changing up the metal. When you change up the metal, that becomes a really cool thing. It will separate more things. You want to keep matte black strong in a lot of places. I can see some areas where I actually came in here with some gunmetal. I love to work with the color gunmetal, so I'm just not afraid. I'll get it all in the shadows because I just come back and you know what? I like to mix my gunmetal from Payne's Gray and a good silver with some blue in it, which this one, this one by Scale 75, it's called Black Metal. Is that what I got here? Hold on, just a minute. I want to take a look at this. This looks like that to me. Yeah, no. That's got to be is it this one? No, the dark silver. Hold on just a minute. Yeah, that's dark silver. Okay, so dark silver by Monument, and this other one that I really like is Black Metal. And in both of those, I think work really good for the dark silver is actually warmer than the Black Metal. It works really good for making gunmetal out of. And what I do with it is I glaze Payne's Gray right over it. Oh, yeah. That Black Metal by frickin' Scale 75 is the shit. Oh, that is fucking-nomical. Holy shit balls. That's a winner. That's a winner, Dave, right there. Okay, I'm going to really thin that for the shadows because it's really potent. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, Dave. I'm so glad you pushed me to get these paints. If it wouldn't have been for Dave, I don't know. I really was upset with the fact that they didn't metallic rub, and I was just so, oh. Yes. That is really a good color. Look at that color right there. Right there. They go on smooth like freaking butter, these do. And this is the alchemy set that I have, you guys, by the way, just so that you know what I'm using. Oh, this alchemy set. So it's kind of like a pearl mixed. It's like a hybrid sort of. It's a little bit metallic and a little bit pearl. In the automotive industry, we would call that pearl. All right, now I'm going to come in here, right, and I'm going to be, God, that's great. I'm going to get some of this up here. Hold on, I got to get a little bit of this this blue cold metal up here. So I'm probably going to go matte black, matte black, matte black. So I need to get some of it. Actually, it would work really good on the front of these guns. We could bring them in with this blue steel and be able to do some really nice muzzle burn on them. We do want to get a little bit of that cool color up here. We do have some on his horns. As you notice, his horns kind of go both directions. So I'm using like a steel blue. I really, really like that muzzle burn look that people are always doing. I even put that shit on Geeks Necrons, which is kind of silly, but I do. All right. I'm going to leave the gun black. I'm going to do that bronze. I want to pick him apart. Now, that's another thing, too, is when you're using the metallic metals, if you're making... Now, this is really more with I guess a mech style thing, or a machine. I like to break, and I never actually thought about this coming in so handy when I took my lesson with Solway, and he's telling me about breaking up the tank panels, okay? Not as in breaking them, but like, you know, with paint. How I'm addressing my lighting with them. And I just got to say that it's funny. I never thought about applying the same thing that I do with like a mech. Hello, Joe. How are you, my friend? And yet another talented artist pops in here. Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Skynet. Now, in order to get these horns the color that I want them, I actually mixed burnt umber ink into gold paint, bronze paint at the bottom. These, because I'm really liking these Scale 75 alchemy set here has this trash metal, and it's like it's got a little green in it, like, you know, like it's got a little bronze in it, and I think it's gonna be ticket. Thank you so much, Dave. You guys, ladies and gentlemen, Joe Skynet is here. Did I just drip it in green? Like for real? Oh no. Okay. And what I will do is I will take a wee bit of this brown and a wee bit of that trash metal. And if you're over here in this camera, that's my palette. You can't because they're metallics. It's really hard to see, but it becomes a far more brown color, leaving those really good bronze tones. Saw you won a prize out there, Mr. Joe Skynet. Joe Skynet's out there taking prizes. Killing the world with color, aren't you, Joe? And of course, I'm putting that in the areas that are shadows. And I'm going to come in with a little bit of the white gold. And I'm going to use that in the highlight areas for right now. That one's the monument color. I'm going to use that in the highlight areas just for now. Okay. And this is the direction the light's coming from, is like at him at about 2 o'clock. There we go. So we got that. And then I'll take a little bit of that metallic medium just to remind myself. And I'm going to put that like right along there and right along there, so that I have a little bit of a reminder. It's sort of my my map, I guess you could say. There we go. So it's got right. There we go. My first in map. Oh, oh, that's so exciting, Joe. Right on. Ladies and gentlemen, that is something to seriously commend Joe for. That was his first, the first in Masters that he just took. His first in Masters. All right, we're going to come back in here again with our pink. But when we come in this time, we're going to paint like half the panel. And the half of the panel, it's really thin. The half the panel that I'm painting is the part that's in the light. Okay. This will be our second coat. So the light is part of it. If the whole panel is in the light, it'll be the whole panel. But only the part of the panel that's in the light. I'm so proud of you, Joe. Congratulations, mate. Congratulations. And you're just going to drag it ever so slightly into the shadows. So here's an example you can really see because it's open. So this is the shadow and this is the highlight. So I'm going to paint this, mind you, hold on. Mind you, tiny strokes, tiny brush, barely coming into the shadow, right? And hitting this area that's lighter. That's a very thin coat that I'm using. Very thin coat. These darker areas, not so much. There's an area here that's getting a little bit of light. There's an area here. Keeping the same direction, at whatever direction you painted that panel. Okay, right here, you can see that the outside corner on this one has the most light. And maybe a little bit, just a little bit right there. Okay. We got to get the side of that. All right. That one, not so much. Now, as we come around, he is a game piece. Okay, this is game piece painting, not necessarily display painting. You can use the techniques on your display, okay? But it is not display painting. I just want you to know. So I did not choose one direction of light, okay? He has light coming from here, right? And carrying over a little bit. We're going to deepen that up. And he has light coming from here, okay? Like, let's put a here. There, here, here. There'll be some here, here, probably along the side of this, there. There'll be a little bit here, here. All right, see I'm zoning in right here. It's a machine. You're going to have to go in here and get some of these sharp edges to help out. And right there. There. So you can kind of see. Oh, sorry. No, wait. Way off. Whoop. Sorry. Okay, there we go. Whoop. Oh, no. Not the tape. Not the tape. There.
This is a reminder. Tutorial time.
Oh, it's close. We're close. Okay. So you can kind of see where there, you sort of get an idea.
This is a reminder.
Right?
Tutorial time.
Now, he also has light coming from here. All right? So on this back side, we're going to take that metallic medium, or you can take the super, what was that really bright silver was speed metal, and paint it here. Okay. I'm going to come back in for some of that Bubblegum Crisis and hang on. You got to get that those paints have to be mixed a lot right here and right here. And I'll come in with the shadows here in a minute. And again with the silver right here. I'm going to put the silver right here on the side that has the light. A little bit right here. And a little bit on the edge of this. You want on machines, we want to catch a few of the little whoop, that's too much. Don't do that. We want to catch the little edges. You can use plain white when you're done. I use silver as white when I'm catching the edges on machines. I try diligently not to make big, fat, freaking, like what I just did, where it catches the edge like that. Yeah, I try not to do that. So that makes it look really awkward. There we go. And then you can come back in with the base colors and bring it on down. Okay, now that gold, see how lumpy that gold, whoops, see how lumpy that gold looks? Yeah, we got to fix that. That's actually the design of the miniature more than anything really that we're catching. But the more that you, the more that you paint it, there's a point where it's going to be worse, and then there's a point where it'll get better if you pay attention to what you're doing with it. I should have probably smoothed that area a little bit more when I was working on him. And then I wouldn't have had that problem. Because what's going to happen is it's going to look like your gold, like you did a lumpy job if you have lumps underneath of it. Because boy, metallic covers like nobody's business, but it also tells all your secrets. You want to get right along the edges of things with that silver because he is a machine. I will also use that silver to catch little areas, little points. And what that'll do is that'll really start to make your metallic pop. Now this is thin layers, as you can see, but you can kind of see where the highlights are coming in now. And we're going to go back in. We're going to use shadow. And then we're going to bring the areas down that need to create the depth for us. The bubblegum crisis I find to be quite a challenge to work with. You'll notice that even I have to really work the paint on the palette. Again, we're going to come in here in all the areas that are pink, not really getting it all the way crazy into the shadows. Just a little tiny bit of feathering into the shadows because we just don't want to get overwhelmed in our shadows. And what this is going to do is really make the pink pop. The second layer really starts to tell the story of a color. Any metallic, but really on colored metallic, you got to work it a little bit more. It's got pigment in there you've got to work with. And then these areas that, again, that are frontal and in the light, all these areas that are in the light, I'll come back in and I'll get them again. Some of them are going to come down, but not to worry because the shadow is ink work. I tend to alternate the directions of the strokes of my metallics. Really thin layers will keep you from having to do that. To do that, sometimes I get a little bit excited and I will put a little bit too much paint in area. I really love working with metallics, so sometimes they can get the better of me. When you're doing a tip, an area you want to get that pop to, drag and lift or pull. Metallics will usually dry though really quickly. So when you're moving a metallic, it's drying quicker than regular paint. So, normally I thin the paint and then I go this way because, you go into the corner. When you get to where you're really good with it, you probably can, but you might be a little better at lifting the brush. Sometimes when you put it down and you go this way, you've left a line right there. You can't see it. I totally can. And I don't like that to happen. I'm going to have another go at these back panels here. Just to lighten them up a little bit. And then I'm going to take some of this This is dark silver, and it is by Monument Hobbies, and I'm going to create a darker color of metallic. This is bronze, so I've included a color that has bronze tones to it in the shadow here, right over the pink. Same thing over here. And I'm going to smooth out that line. You know, the line's just a little bit too harsh for me. So I'm going to smooth it out. The metallic will really help with that, but you can see how that creates a reflection of this onto that because of the color that I chose. I'm going to take that same color and I'm going to bring it in here and I'm going to put it on the areas that are in the shadows on the sides of his legs. In some areas, I want to get it a little bit darker than others so I can start to break up the monotony of the metal. Right here is a good opportunity. When you're dealing with cracks, it's a good idea to pull away from the crack. If you are pushing into the crack, what you're going to find is that you end up with a lot of paint in the crack. Acid, are you out there? Now I'm choosing all the places that have the shadows where I can see them from before. I have darkened it up a little bit more with that dark metallic. I highly suggest that when you do that, you are using a color that is a much deeper than your first color as metallic. A lot of people won't even put this in the shadows, but just wait till you see the magic happen. You gotta wait. Oops, that's too much. Don't do that. Keep a pickup brush handy. Gotta have a nice nasty old brush. Those areas that we got up underneath of there. Paint that crack. Yeah, it totally is, Dave. Totally. Okay, you're getting these areas that were darker with shadows with this darker color of pink. And then we're going to thin it, right? You're going to thin that color. And you're going to do the areas of his helmet. Yes, the shadow area of his helmet. You can also use that in other shadow areas. Just, I know, it's like very controversial to be painting all this metallic in the shadows, but just hang on. I want to try to get them all here. Side of the brush anytime you can. All right, let's flip it. Did we get them all? Okay, I'm going to take that color. Bubblegum Crisis and that dark silver by Monument. I'm going into the shadow and into the shadow. Okay. And there's a little bit of metallic kind of a little bit everywhere on this right now. Good news is we're coming in to clean up with some black. No, I'm going to come back in for the plain Bubblegum Crisis again over here. I'm going to clean up a few areas that are more highlighted areas. Again, the paint is really thin. We're aiming for the areas that are more highlighted. Now, do you see it building? Do you see it starting to... Again, with the Bubblegum Crisis. I hope I'm using the right name for that. Kind of just getting the very edges. And if you look at this very closely, it's a very similar to cell shading. I'm going to take a little bit of Bubblegum Crisis and a little bit of hang on, I got to get the name. It's new to me. It's by Scale 75. I'm mixing them together. That is Speed Metal. I'm mixing them together. That's the Speed Metal and the Bubblegum Crisis. You see what happened there? Again with the Speed Metal and the Bubblegum Crisis. And again, I am just feathering it on. I should really turn off, if I turned off a couple of lights, it actually would make it probably show up better. Also extremely hard to take pictures of. Again, here. Metal tends to have a little bit more play in the lights coming in than say just, you know, maybe your normal highlights. There might, you know, there's going to be little glints.
Here's your reminder. Tutorial time.
It is time for me to go, you guys. I got to go. I got a class.
Here's your reminder.
I know.
Tutorial time.
I got it. I got it. Also, there is a little area on your paintbrush. A lot of times with the metallics that a little bit of a sediment will collect and they will make a little ball. Hello, Kilted Viking. How you doing, sexy? You are so welcome. Good. Wow, Pearl Jam. Long time no see. Oh my goodness. You guys, we are going to come back to this. Before I go, I'm just going to show you. I want to show you one thing so you can see some of the magic happen. We're going to just use his helmet, okay, as the subject. What are you up to, Kilted? Thank you very much. We're going to come in here and we're going to put this color. This is the Payne's Gray in the shadow. And I just kind of want you guys to see a little bit of the magic before you go. And we will hit little, like these little recesses like this that indent. There's like these little pieces of detail. And we will use the ink to catch those little pieces of detail. And the other thing that we will do with it is we will really thin it down, and we will use it to glaze in shadows. And normally, you know, I've been being taught really to work from the shadows to the light. Now we're going to come back for that. But when you're doing the metallics, what I find is that it works really good if you can build your highlights a little before you get crazy into your shadows. Really thin layers. The only time that you might hit it a little thicker is if you're hitting a line that you're actually going to cover in black, and you can actually use the Payne's Gray over the metal to start cleaning up. And if you look closely, you will really see the shadow. Whoa, we don't want that there. You'll really see the shadows begin to develop, and they are clear. They will also be matte, but they will still have the colors of the silver in them. They will also, oh, I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm so sorry I'm so off today. They will also keep the colors of the pink, which is really important, is that you keep the shade of pink in there. Pink does have a very interesting gray shadow to it. Hold on, I got to get this one on there just right. It's not working with me. Now here's the good news. If you get one, say like that one, it's not working with me. It totally got that in there wrong. Okay. Here's what you can do. Hi, TC. You can come right over here. That ink is going to dry. And we're going to come right back in with the metallic, and we're going to just pull it back a little bit more. The metallic covers pretty much everything. How you doing? How's things? All right. So then you can come back in and you can correct your shadow and get it just the way you want it, which what I wanted was the shadow to kind of be at an angle right there. And I just didn't get that angle out of it. There we go. That's more what I wanted. On the very, very tip there, I'll get a little bit of that silver. And you just go back and forth between them, and you could just paint it. You know, there is really no, I am finding that there is no super easy way for you to do something. If you really want a nice effect to it, you got to spend a little time with it. It's just the way of things. Okay, so now you can kind of see. Still wet, but you can see on the helmet there. You can see underneath the body. Do you see how the shadow's starting to cast it under the body there? In the legs here, you can see it start to happen. Right here. How it makes the metallic matte, but you can still see the color of the metallic you're working with through it. I know, and I'm just getting ready to raid somebody, TC. No shit. Like, I am seriously, I have a class I have to go take care of. Pretty sure. Probably better check on that class. I don't see him. That's not right. Clicked on the wrong person. Okay, so now you can see it. And that's actually, so, and then once, oh my God, what the, okay, wet brush, immediately wet brush. Apparently, put my brush somewhere. All right, and there it is. So we've started to, as you can see, build the volumes in it. Now, wait, here's an interesting thing. Let's actually check that. Now, notice when we look at this, now part of this is a light problem because this is metallic. These areas that we just brought all that volume to on his legs, because it's metallic, the lights will kill it. But if we take the lights out of it, you can see it. If we take the lights out of it, because what the lights are doing is reflecting off of the metallic, and so it doesn't give you the true sense of your volumes. Look, like even on the helmet, he's got that dark stripe across his helmet. It barely shows it because the light gets in there. But you can see that, but the way we're blocking him in, leaving some areas with the very dark colors, is going to give him a lot of volume. Now, notice he has a little bit, it's a little bit different on his back. I have to fix this. This is so terrible. Boy, I tell you what, I don't know what it is, but I will fix it. I think it's the what I used on the back, the ghost tint that I used there. It didn't like the other paints. So this is how we can tell, you know, if our model, something I recommend to a lot of people, if you've got good volumes, notice that's like all the same, but her back is in the shadows, and that's all showing up. You can put things in the black and white camera, take its picture, and you can kind of see where you need to work. Like, look, I haven't worked there. Need some work. But that's for another day. Really good geek to install that for me. All right, you guys, it has been amazing. It has been a metallic adventure. We will do this again. We will continue with this guy. I probably will end up actually doing an Insta Live on it. So Hatter, keep your eyes open for that. I hope that some of this has been helpful to you. If you have any specific questions, you know where to find me, Hatter. Just reach out to me in the Discord, and I'll do my very best to get to you ASAP. I will keep you guys updated on Hammy. And in the meantime, oh, yeah, let's see. Dave has a raid recommendation. Now my fluffy hair is in the way. Oh, my fluffy hair. Oh my God. So there, it's been a day for the camera, hasn't it? It's just been, it really has been. So something is wrong. We'll fix it. Not a good day too. I will take pictures and post him so you can see them better. Thank you so much, Piluka. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate your company. It has been fantastic. For those of you who came in with the raids and stayed, I really do appreciate it. Let me see. We are up. We are on Tuesday. We have a special. No. Actually, I changed my PJ Sunday. I mean, my date night with Love and Music will be girls PJ night. So you guys keep your eyes open for that. That's this Sunday. Oh, yes, Hatter, if you have any questions, please hit me up. I hope that it's been fairly helpful. If you have specific questions about specific things at the very beginning, I do give some recommendations on when you first start using your metallics, you know, things like separating your brushes, how wet should your palette be, etc. And not all mediums like metallic. Want to make sure if you're using a medium, it's definitely satin or, you know, gloss can be a little tricky. Oh, it was so nice to have you here, Palooka. Thank you for popping in, Pascal. I don't think Samini popped in. If he did, he's just back there being very quiet, and that's perfectly fine. And Solway came in today, and Pop Goes the Monkey came in today. So you are there. Hi, how are you doing? So I'm going to go teach a class. Oh, let me make absolutely sure. Oh, why does it keep go? There he is. Okay, yes. So I'm going to go teach a class, you guys, and it has been absolutely fabulous. I will see you on Friday. All right. So between now and then, remember self-care. Hold on. I do need to bring up the raid channel, and Dave has a suggestion. Let me see. Who does Dave want us to raid today? Today we shall raid this new person, Cap Mastor. And you know this person, Dave. You've been in there. Thank you very much, Dave. You've got to always shout out my Simini. Cap Mastor. Okay. Oh, he's a vet. Well, we're going to have to give him some vet love then. Let's all thank him for his service and give him lots of follows, you guys. And don't forget to go follow my teachers, right? Go follow Solway Studios. Go follow Simini. You can go follow Sam Lenz if you want to, but I do not think that he is streaming at this time. But still, if he ever does go live and streaming, you would want to watch that stream. Okay, then the next thing would be the paints, the brushes, the minis, and get your fucking paint on. Let us go raid Cap Mastor. Goodbye, you guys. Happy Tuesday, and thank you so much for joining me. I will see you in the verse. Minnie, I will see you. Minnie, I will see you before the verse, and Acid, I will see you in a minute. And it says gonna raid, gonna raid, gonna raid. Oops, I forgot to bring him up. Raid now, and let's go to Twitch. And be like, ooh, that hurt. There we go. Oh, and I have no volume. Or is this okay?
Brought you more friends. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate that. Let everyone get in through that ad. Captain Madlow, thank you for the follow. Thank you guys so much. You just missed me ranting about internet and D&D. Today's a rant day. Oh my gosh. All the follows. Oh Jesus. I'm gonna screw up all these names. Palooka Paint. Palooka Paints? Did I get that right? Tell me if I got it right. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I'm Cap. This is Cat Master Studios, and I'm a crazy person. I got it right? Hell yeah. Hell yes. So right now, I'm working on some Battle X here. So this is the overall paint scheme. Obviously, this is just base coats and stuff. I'll do all the highlights stuff later. I got about 15 of these guys that I'm painting up to look something like this. These are all from Paxical Miniatures. I got it right? Hell yeah. So Paxical Miniatures. Oh god, I'm gonna do this wrong. I always spell his name wrong. I always do it. Please forgive me. I'm gonna do it right. See, I think I remember. So these models, these models that I'm currently working on, these are all Battle X from.
Can you hear me? I need you to talk so I can see if it's working. Oh no. Oh, I didn't stop my stream. Hold on. I'm still streaming.